There we go. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna start this off at in the 2-minute mark, okay, just so we can get everything, you know, set up and prepared, okay, because what I got going on today, obviously this is 1000 special, right, a milestone in one's YouTube journey, and we're going to talk about it. Marty Miller, shout out to you, my man. Hey, do you get notifications by any chance? What do you call it? Because I don't know, some people's notifications work, some don't. But I guess it just varies. It's a common question, I guess, a lot of content creators ask, because a lot of us do complain that our notifications don't get sent out, but apparently they do to some people. So it's just kind of interesting how that may work. So, all right, about 30 seconds, we're going to get into the show. Yeah, I get them whenever you go live. Oh, okay, okay. So yeah, that's what I mean. Some people do get it, some don't, because a few homies of mine do ask, hey, you know, how come I don't get any notifications when you're on live? And I would ask, well, do you have the thing on? And they would say, yeah. So, all right, in the 2-minute mark, we're going to start in 5, 4, 3, 2, and 1. So Toxic Gameplay starts it out with congratulating me with the 1K. Marty Miller says we are back. Yeah, I get them. That is in reference to asking about whether I go live. Does he get any notifications or not? Marty Miller says if people aren't getting them, they should try to unsubscribe and then resubscribe. Okay, so that probably is what makes sense. Okay, a little you know, housekeeping note there on that regard of how to mitigate those things in terms of notifications. But on that end, I want to thank everybody who's coming in here and supporting, who's right here watching with me right now, while also watching in the near future. And I got to tell you, I feel very much privileged to be in this position. I got to tell you, there's a lot of hard work that goes into it. And not only that, I'm going to talk to you about that briefly, because it does deal with a lot of, let's say, a lot of people not believing in you, thinking that what you're doing is perhaps a waste of time, perhaps maybe something that you could be more of use for, maybe something in your career, or maybe something that you have going on. But then when you have a little bit of an eccentric mind, when you have a little bit of an artistic mind, you tend to want to express that art. And I never thought of myself as artistic like or expressive in any kind of way. I mean, the most that I could remember doing anything that dealt with camera and production, this, that, and the other. Well, I mean, if you think about it, I knew a lot of rappers growing up. I was in a lot of circles that did a lot of freestyle rap. On top of that, I did theater for a couple of years in middle school while I was also training in wrestling. So I guess there is some kind of background that I have with public speaking and also content creating in that particular regard. But also the fields that in the studies that I've gone through college for and gone through jobs with and things of that nature, it all lies within communication and media. So in a way, it's hard to say that you're not built for it, but at the same time, I kind of believe that I am, right? A true Renaissance man, LOL. Thank you, man. A Renaissance man. So for those of you that don't know what that is, it's basically somebody that has a lot of, you know, different tools in his arsenal, right? Or he's the jack of many trades, right? In fact, Brenner.
Dad, I'm Bud.
Let's count the smiles.
I see 1, 2, 3.
Amazon Freight can scale with you. Transparent pricing, simple booking, and 24/7 support. all powered by Amazon's trusted transportation network.
We're here.
Amazon Freight. Back your freight with Amazon's network of smiles. Freight.amazon.com.
Renaissance man. Okay, so I'm gonna look up the meaning of Renaissance man so you guys can understand within context. Okay, so this is what is in reference to. Okay, so Renaissance man, an outstandingly versatile, well-rounded person. That expression alludes to such Renaissance figures such as Leonardo da Vinci, who performed brilliantly in many fields. Okay, so we can say that Leonardo da Vinci is the symbol of this meaning, right? A couple of words that I really like for you guys to take notice in that, right? It's well-rounded. What is this channel about? It is a mixed martial arts channel. What is the best way to win in the world of mixed martial arts? It is to be as versatile and as well-rounded of a person as much as you can. And not just inside the cage, but also outside of it. And this is a reason why I had decided, you know what? MMA is the perfect field for me to get into. But you know so much about politics. You know so much about the insides of the entertainment business. You know so much about this, that, and the other. Yes, MMA is the perfect field to express these notions of expertise, these notions of anecdotal experience. And there's a value within these entertainment fields, because the one thing that you can rest assured about the modern entertainment field is that it is information driven. That is the number one entertainment that people want nowadays. Because just like what I told you guys during the Hulk Hogan video, there was an era where reality shows were the domination of media. Why is that? Because people were fascinated. Oh, we get to be in the insides of the life of the Kardashians, the lives of the Hogans, and the lives of whoever else was participating in this particular field of media, known as reality entertainment, right? The Real World comes to mind. A whole lot of plethora of shows. Also, the birth of The Ultimate Fighter, which ultimately paved the way to the world of mixed martial arts that we know it today. Lanning says, hi, how are you? Glad that you are here. Don't forget to like and subscribe. Also, please let me know what part of the world you are from so that we can further understand our demographics. I mean, that's the most politically incorrect way of putting it. But yeah, I want to know the demographics of the people that watch my show. And I'm going to tell you, I find it fascinating that from the analytics that I have, okay, I got a lot of UK audience. That is not a surprise, considering that Zayn Musa Boxing Dosage has helped me in many streams and has promoted me tirelessly day and night. And it helps because he is affiliated with Hamza Shiraz, and it does help to know people in this industry. And that's another thing that I specialize in as well, is networking. You see, I hear a lot of right-wing guys, and by the way, that's another audience of mine, which I'm surprised by, but at the same time, I'm not. There's a lot of right-wing, Candace Owens, Andrew Tate. That's not a surprise. Obviously, he's a Muslim guy, Muslim tough guy. That's kind of what I have going on. That's kind of what he has going on, but in a European English version. Guys like that, guys like not so much Jordan Peterson, because yeah, you know, he tends to lean to a certain side. But on any regard, that what hold on a second. Let me make sure that my mic is going right here. Let me make sure the mic is going right. Okay, let's see here.
Go ahead, make your day with the Neo QLE.
And yeah, blew his hand off.
there's more about like not so much Jordan Peterson. There's a lot of right wing. Okay, so I'm sorry, I had to go repeat that just to remember what I said. So yeah, there is a lot of dudes that are right leaning that tend to watch my show, right? And that's not a bit of a surprise. Obviously, there's a certain ideological settings there that we could relate to. And what is that exactly? It is MMA. That is the world that we absolutely can translate to each other and relate to each other in this kind of way. And you know what? Dana White said it best, right? Dana White said that fighting is in our DNA. We all understand it. We all get it. And we can all relate to each other as a result of that. And he's absolutely right about that. So that is why MMA is the perfect haven for expressing political ideals. MMA is a great haven for learning about the world, learning geographical locations and certain geographic strategies for one country to another and things of that nature. Playboy says, can't watch D. Ritter. His striking is like mine. Well, I never seen what your striking is, but I assume what you are trying to imply with that comment is that you are so trash that you would believe D. Ritter is trash as well. Marty Miller says, I know what you mean, Playboy. What do you mean, Playboy? Okay, so that is a question Marty Miller has for Playboy. What does he mean by D. Ritter having very horrible striking? NJ says, good morning. What's up, my boy? Shout outs to NJ03. All the way from New Jersey. That's another demographics of people that watch me, right? New Jersey guys, street guys, both from the East Coast and the West Coast. Also, who else watches me? Obviously, people from India. There's a lot of people from India that watch me. There's a lot of people from Africa, South Africa I've seen on this channel. So man, a good plethora of people that come into this channel and also share a lot of their knowledge as well, whether it's knowledge from the streets or we had a medical student in here a couple of times. I believe it was the Punisher. Was it the Punisher from the UAE or was it someone else? But someone else in here was, a medical student. And he sounded legit. I'm telling you, when he was talking about CTE, he wasn't one of those guys that sounded like he didn't know what he was talking about. Marty Miller says, we still don't know what the heck fresh is. Yeah, you know what? And that's another thing, too. That's a very good indication of what a lot of people are online. You see, here's another thing that you got to learn as a content creator, right? A lot of people are going to talk trash to you. And you guys have been here multitudes of times seeing people try and troll me. And now I'm starting to understand and have a good self-realization as to why. Like, I think I am a big target for trolls. Okay. And you know what? In order to be a good content creator, you have to be a good target for trolls. When you look at iSpeed and you look at Kai Cenat, oh my God, man, listen, this kid, Kai Cenat, everything about him is extremely hyper, intense, in your face. Everything is, high sense of urgency, screaming like, the world is going to end. Yeah. Like that's Kai Cenat in a nutshell, right? But that's what people like, I guess. Hold on, where was I going with that? Hold on a second. Candace Owen, the world is gonna everything good here multitudes of times, seeing people try and troll. Okay. So why I'm a big target for trolls? Okay, look, the reason why I'm a big target for trolls. Think about this, right? I speak properly. I have a beard, right? And let's just be honest about it. There's a lot of people out there that have a sense of high xenophobia towards Muslims, maybe because they've never been around a lot of Muslims, this, that, and the other. But
customers, a contact is not enough to feel connected. At Avaya, our mission is to help you turn single engagements into meaningful journeys, instantly and ongoing, gaining trust, loyalty, and momentum along the way. It's time to redefine your contact center as your connection center, strengthening customer relationships that build business value. Finally, there's a platform that makes.
On top of that, I come across as friendly until you push me. And I think, yeah, I have a little bit of a self-realization as to why, right? Like, you know, I may come across as, you know, maybe goofy or funny to some people or this, that, and the other. So, Gary, shout out to Gary. He is a new chat here that I've never seen. How do you feel about Montinho? A 50-50 fighter. Obviously, he was brought in here to get beat up by Sean O'Malley and then a whole bunch of other prospects. But yeah, I think he'd be a good regional fighter. Not so much of a UFC level, but yeah. Gary says, inshallah. Well, inshallah to you as well. Let me know what part of the world you are from, everybody. Give a warm welcome to Gary here. So, yeah, so going back to Marty Miller and what he said, right? We still don't know what fresh is. That is an indication of who people are online. We don't know who they are, right? They can say whoever they are. They can say that they are this. They are of a different, you know, ethnicity than what they really are. Some will say that they are of a different, you know, background. You can pretend to be who you want to be when you're not on camera, right? But obviously, I don't pretend to be anything other than myself. This is why I'm able to have the confidence to go out there and speak on camera in the way that I did. Look, I'm speaking to you guys right now, like as if it is video form. Do you understand most content creators, when they are creating behind the scenes, this is what they do, right? Oh, snap. Okay, rewind that back. We got to do that again. Oh, snap. Rewind that back. Let's do that again. Oh, no, I stuttered too many times there. I said too many ums or this and that and the other. Okay, you know what? I do that in live stream sometimes, but you're talking about an 8 to 10 hour channel, right? Within my first hour, I am on and firing in every cylinder and letting you know exactly what is what, okay? Coherent, this, that, and the other. Oh, there it is, fresh melon juice right here. Greetings, Mike. No! How are we doing today? Okay, listen, you gotta, look, fresh, look, I have to erase that comment, okay? Just for the sake of, you know, of the safety of the channel. Oh, wrong channel. Greetings, my fellow Muslims. All right, better. I have to get rid of that comment, though, okay? Listen, man, you know, much love to you, but you got to get rid of that comment. That's, you can't have that here. Okay, Gary says, yeah, I think they should lob him an easy fight so that he can get at least a UFC win. Okay, are you a fan of Montinho in some kind of way? Do you like his style? Do you prefer him to have better matchups and better accommodations from UFC matchmaking? And what is your reason behind why you want to do that and this, that, and the other? So, like he says, I've been hanging out with Bryce too much. Well, you know what, Marty Miller said, yeah, I've been hanging out with Bryce too much. That is in reference to fresh melon juice. So, Bryce, okay, he never claimed to have been any of those people, right? He never claimed the German gang, we're going to call them, right? You know, speaking of German gang, right? Many people look at Sean Strickland as this reformed racist, somebody that's no longer a racist. By the way, you guys got to check out the video that I made when he became world champion. It was fiery, okay? I got you. Look, do you want to go through the comments on that? Maybe we should, right? Maybe we could react to it. We'll go through the comments on it, but I will get to the news that is on this particular headline first. And then we're going to get right into a Sean Strickland reaction of my own video that I did a couple of years ago when he beat Izzy. I called him Nazi champ, okay? I straight up called him that. to the world, he's coming across as this reformed anti-racist now, right? Obviously, he has a black friend. He hangs out with Chris Curtis, who, by the way, in my humble opinion, is sort of a black-white guy. You understand? Come on, can we all agree that Chris Curtis is what I would classify as a black-white guy? You know what I'm talking about. Like, look, listen, all right, chat, you let me know this, right? Do you honestly think that I could bring Chris Curtis around my black homies? Like, I mean, my real black homies. And when I mean real, I mean like not the type that you would see in the suburbs. You know what I mean? NJ says 100%. But yeah, so okay, let's get to the news first, and then we'll get to the Sean Strickland reaction, because it seems that maybe not a lot of people like what I said there. I've seen a few people drop and leave after that. Marty Miller says whitewashed. Yeah, you know what? A lot of people are offended by that. Look, man, I got to be honest with you guys, right? I told you guys that this is a freedom of speech live stream with limits. Obviously, the only limits are that, for example, look at what Fresh Melon Juice said earlier. I had to erase that comment. Okay, he says right now, oh, wrong channel, greetings, my fellow Muslims. Okay, but he said something else before that, and I had to erase it. And yes, I may disagree with it, but I would have allowed it if that word wasn't as inflammatory to the algorithm. You understand? So, I had to think like a CEO in a business decision-making setting that, all right, this comment can't be there. But if you have anything else to say, look, this is how freedom of speech I am when it comes to this, right? I dare you to say something about Islam. Yes, I dare you. In other words, do you have any nullification towards Islam? And if you do, we're going to talk about it, because what is the point of me believing in a religion that I can't defend myself without the proper education of understanding what is what? You understand what I'm saying? Like, that's how freedom of speech I want to be allowed in. Now, look, in all honesty, and I'm going to be very straightforward about it, there is no freedom of speech in Islam. But we live in America where there are laws that protect freedom of speech, and as such, we're going to exercise them to the point of understanding and debating what is right, what is wrong, and what is the proper course of action in one place to another. Okay, so that's what it is. Okay, so now let's talk about Jake Paul being the king of combat sports, because this is going to shock the living heck out of many of you, right? Jake Paul is the king of combat sports. And would you like to know why? Okay, well, we're going to take a look at this article that suggests that. Okay, why is Jake Paul trending as the king of combat sports? And we're going to go through this article by Jesse Holland of MMA Mania. You see, a lot of you guys are MMA fans, but many of you don't read MMA articles. You see, I come from a world where I've read a lot of articles. I had to read a lot of articles. I had to read a lot of newspapers, and I had to read a lot of memos and all types of things office related, right? But the average person is not going to sit there and read MMA Media or MMA Mania or Luke Thomas or Brian Campbell, who are all brilliant writers in their own right. And I would agree that maybe the reason why they have a certain skill in podcasting and speaking about combat sports is because of their writing. And I would attribute that as well. Juice says Jake Paul is the king of comb overs. You know what? he's definitely not letting go of that particular hairstyle, is he? Right? So, okay, Jesse Holland is one of the long-tenured media professionals in combat sports news space, okay, covering MMA, professional wrestling, boxing on a full-time basis since 2004, okay? So Jake Paul is the king of combat sports, and that is according to Google Trends comparison posted by the Most Valuable Promotions, which measures the frequency of search terms over a defined period of time. Okay, Paul outboxed the recently arrested Julio Cesar Chavez on June 28th in Anaheim. Okay, and that same night, Ilia Topuria became the lightweight champion of the world, double champion, beating Oliveira, UFC 317 in Las Vegas. And I quote, "Nobody was watching your fight and just searched your name to see how it went." One fan wrote on social media while another added, "Yes, because people watched 317 and had to Google your event for the results because they did not watch." Okay, so pay-per-view numbers for both events have yet to be published, but considering DAZN, Paul versus Chavez, and ESPN 317, UFC control the information, we're unlikely to get any sort of hard data in terms of how many units were sold on each side. So naturally, that would stop the prospective promoters from declaring victory. Though it might be a battle for a second place once Joey Chestnut takes the stage in Coney Island. Okay, so in other words, is Jake Paul really the king of combat sports? Well, I think in numbers, it may not suggest that. What did we have here? So Marty Miller says, surprise, he hasn't gotten a hair transplant. I guess some guys are against that. Maybe what they are against is like their pride. Like they don't want to admit that that is going on. So, yeah, I think that's what it is. There's a little bit of a denial stage that is going on, because you're right. Why would he not do that? Or maybe perhaps there is some sort of condition that may affect your athletic performance, right? Maybe there's a factor to where, all right, if you do this, Jake, then you might have to give this up. Maybe strong power or this, that, and the other. But yeah, Juice says, yeah, right. They have all the money. That's what I'm saying. He has the means to do it, but why doesn't he do it? That is for him to know and for us to, find out. But for whatever reason, he's just not doing it. He should go to Turkey and get the Turkish thick hair. That's what I'm saying, Melon, is that if he does that, will it affect his athletic performance in a negative way? And that is the factor that he has to try and consider while making these choices. So, all right, post UFC Abu Dhabi, we did talk about that briefly with De Ridder, saying why his striking is so horrible, right? Why is it horrible? Okay, well, let's put this in a timestamp right here. All right, De Ridder, should he be the #1 contender right now? Now, Juice here says, I think Rob won the fight, to be honest, but didn't think that at first. Okay, so a little bit of a controversy, which shows Robert Whittaker is still right up there with the best of them, right? Both of these guys could have beaten each other at any given time. This time, Robert Whittaker did not get the nod that he wanted, but De Ridder moves on in the bracket. Does he deserve to be the #1 contender? I say, why not? He's done enough. He's beaten Bo Nickel. That's enough for me. He's beaten Robert Whittaker, which, by the way, Robert Whittaker has been the gatekeeper for title shots, and rightfully so, right? If you think that you deserve a title shot, you got to get through Robert Whittaker, and I agree with that notion. I 100% agree with it. But D. Ritter, a lot of people are complaining about his striking. Let me just say this, guys. He's Dutch. He has decent striking. The thing is, he's just slow and very unathletic about it. And you have to remember, guys that grew up grappling majority of the time who don't have striking, they can't develop this fluidity in the way that they move, because wrestling is not always about fluidity unless, of course, you make it your style, because there's various wrestling styles that you have to try and master in terms of footwork. There are guys that don't use footwork. There are guys that use big man tactics. All the real wrestlers, you know what I'm talking about. There's technique, and then there's just big man, brute strength. I'm going to do whatever I want with you and throw my weight around. You know what I'm talking about. Even jiu-jitsu guys can understand, judo guys as well. So there's a lot of tension. You're always constantly squeezing. You're always pulling. It's a different type of mechanic, whereas you're throwing punches. There's an aerobic fluidity and rhythm to it. Mellon says, any other fighter goes to sleep from Rob striking. That's what I'm saying, right? So he does prove to have durability in that. So does he deserve to be the #1 contender? I say yes. Let D. Ritter have the #1 contendership. And yes, absolutely. Let him have the #1 contendership. All right. So I wanted to get to this particular topic right here, right? I think we talked about it just briefly earlier. We talked about Sean Strickland. Okay, we talked about how Sean Strickland, I called him a Nazi champ when he became the world champion against Izzy. And we're going to go back to that video and react to it, right, as one of my all-time video classics. So let's see here. Let's go to my channel. This is how you find the video, by the way. All right, let me show you guys. This is how you find the video. So what you do is, oh, so you're, but you know what? It's here we go. 1 year ago, 2.3 views on on these views. All right, let's go back to this real quick.
Since 1911, challenge.
Can dance. A guy who understands the hip hop American. Israel Adesanya just literally cost the UFC a whole lot of money. Now, I want you to imagine a world where you're Dana White and you literally now have to explain to the shareholders of the UFC that one of your biggest stars in the world, Israel Adesanya, a guy who has swagger, a guy who can dance, a guy who understands the hip-hop American culture and comes from a very exotic place like New Zealand, but has a Nigerian background. All these cultural mashing that you can add into the repertoire of Israel Adesanya's marketing. All of that now gone.
Imagine being able to build anything, for any reason, in any style.
And now, reflecting back on that a year ago, you realize how much Israel Adesanya has sort of fallen off, right? Imavov, he lost that Imavov fight. And then prior to that, obviously lost to DDP. Yeah, he's just on a losing streak right now. But I don't know. I don't think Izzy really cares. I think he's in that mode right now where he sort of feels like, all right, you know what? I'm in my martial arts journey. I've already accomplished everything that I have wanted. And so by God, he did. So as a result of that, he is sort of satisfied with what he has going on, but I think he's okay with taking these fight night matchups that he did for Riyadh and Saudi Arabia, right? And I wouldn't be surprised if he would have decided to take an Apex fight card after years of fighting for the middleweight championship from 2019 all the way to even 2024, right, of last year against Dricus du Plessis, and then loses to Sean Strickland before that. So that was the beginning of the losing streak that Sean Strickland had going on, right? That was the beginning of his losing streak, and it continued on towards Dricus. Surprisingly, he gets a shot at Dricus, okay, even after losing, which is crazy, but at the same time kind of deserving, right? I mean, look at that many times that Izzy had defended his championship belt. But on any regard, let's get back to this video. Dude, was the Whitaker fight a robbery? I wouldn't say so. I think that the grappling exchanges that Guy Ritter had going on, I believe, was enough to get him to win. It could have gone either way, right? It could have gone either way. I said in the live stream that, hey, I'm going to predict that this is a draw, and it was close to a draw. It was a split decision, and I was going to have it for Guy Ritter either way. So, all right, let's get back to this throwback video that I had 1 year ago. Sean Strickland, titled Nazi Champ. Life of Fighting says, so what is next for Guy Ritter? A title shot. I think that he gets a title shot next. And with that title shot is going to come the winner of either Dricus or Khamzat.
Having a champion that is a Nazi. Okay? Now, the repertoire of Israel Adesanya's marketing. All of that now gone. With having a champion that is a Nazi. Okay? Now, I know that sounds harsh to say. I understand that Sean Strickland has redeemed himself from his old ways.
Marty Miller says RDR should fight Strickland. If he wins, he gets the title shot. Okay, letting Strickland. The problem is Strickland can't fight right now. He's suspended indefinitely, but we're talking about suspension to where he could probably fight in December.
Came up with having black training partners, other minorities that train with him and help him in his preparation for his up-and-coming matchups, leading all the way to the championships. I understand that's not fully the case. The problem is Sean Strickland still says a lot of racially inflammatory things that, let's just be honest, a lot of right-wing working class white guys can relate to. Let's just call it what it is. And the problem is, when you have a company like Disney, that is a serious problem to deal with as a company. So now, what do? Because Israel Adesanya came into this fight expecting a tune-up. The executives of Disney, the UFC, Souza, the Endeavor management group in LA that is affiliated and owns the UFC, they were all expecting a tune-up fight in Sean Strickland. That's not what they got. What they got was a very horrible stylistic matchup.
Ready to start eating healthier? Meet Kachava. Kachava is the world's healthiest all-in-one meal shake. A complete meal in seconds to keep you going for hours. It's made with over 70 plant-based superfoods and nutrients, giving you all your essentials in one delicious meal. Cheers!
Oh, yeah.
Just water, 2 scoops, blend and go. Putting you in control of your nutrition, to improve your well-being, to fuel your body and mind. Only the highest quality plant-based ingredients.
Grip, stability, precision. That's the essence of driving. Laughing.
Which, by the way, is a reality in mixed martial arts on any given day. On any given day, anybody can beat anyone around the world and in any gym. In any gym around the world where there's sparring going on, there's championship level guys that are getting beat, and then there's guys that are current world champions getting their hands put on by somebody who is lesser than them in the rankings, and they are world champion, getting their butts whooped. With the likes of Mike Tyson mentioning this. And by the way, this is the reason why Vince McMahon said that he never wanted to buy or somehow invest in mixed martial arts when he had the chance to do it. And the reason why is because you cannot build stars in mixed martial arts. And primarily, that is the reason why a lot of guys have these problems with fighter pay. Because the reality is that it's not that the company doesn't want to pay you any more money or anything.
My man, Zayn Musa Boxing Dosage has entered the building. My man, yes, well done, broski. That's what I'm talking about, man. Marty Miller says, oh, that's right. Yes, okay, that is in reference to Sean Strickland suspended right now, obviously, because of that incident that happened at the Tough Enough event. By the way, in yesterday's live stream, or the day before, I believe, UFC Abu Dhabi, I did a live stream where I reacted to that cop who was being interviewed by MMAfighting.com. So, yeah, check that one out. Life of Fighting says 10 out of 10 ad. Oh, yeah. I was trying to press skip on that ad, right? But, hey, you know, it's a good problem to have now that your videos have ads. I'm sure that you guys probably get commercials in between while you're watching my live stream. I apologize for that, but it's unfortunately part of the game because you know how it is. That's how you pay your bills around here in the world of YouTube. So yes, we're continuing on with the video that I had that I'm reacting to, a video that I did a year ago where I called Sean Strickland a Nazi champ, right? So yeah, it was his shocking title win against Izzy and the downfall of Izzy from there.
Like that. The reality of the situation is that the company just can't afford it or justify the salary that they're going to give you with your lack of contribution to the sales or the pay-per-views.
Okay. So what I'm referring to here is that in order to be a rich fighter, you have to be, how do I say this? A marketable fighter. Well, how do you make yourself marketable? Putting yourself out there, promoting yourself, showing your brand, showing your persona, showing what you are about. This is what it takes to do that in the world of YouTube. You have to create not a character out of your, for me, this is not a character, right? Like everything that I know about myself, as Marty Miller would put it, Renaissance man, right? I use that and put it into a personality that is not so much far-fetched from who you are, but a little bit turned up to get people excited and hyped up about you, right? And that is what fighters also have to do. When I was fighting, that's exactly what I did. I went and tried to become a marketable fighter, right? You know, have a certain personality, you know, do something different. The Prince Nassim movie that's coming out, you'll see that Brendan Ingle really did all of these unorthodox types of training methods and promotional styles to bring Prince Nassim to where he's at. So it's awesome, man. Let me know if you guys have seen the trailer for the Prince Nassim movie. It's going to be another one of those classic combat sports movies. By the way, produced and executively ran by Sylvester Stallone. So there's going to be a Rocky-style capture to this particular story following Prince Nassim from the 1980s to the 90s and into his retirement. Marty Miller says, what was your job in the military, if you don't mind me asking? 0311, which is infantry. So that's what I got in for. Fresh Melon Juice says, Zane, bruv, moving to London. I'm looking for an apartment in Piccadilly Circus. Massive, in it. Man, listen, that's an expensive part of town, fresh melon juice. So yeah, Marty Miller says, dang, yeah. You know, yeah, fresh. That is a very expensive part of London. But once again, just like what we talked about earlier when we were talking about you when you weren't here, you never know who people are behind the screen. Because, you know, let's be honest, I don't know you from a can of paint. It's not like you revealed yourself to me or anything like that. But yeah, but that's what it is. So.
Merchandising that deals with a company. So that is their justification behind all that. And unfortunately, sometimes they can be right about that. So that's the unfortunate thing about fighter pay that you have to understand. So now, Sean Strickland is the world champion. Is he a world champion? Well, to be honest with you, I think he's very popular among the hardcore MMA community. And I think that alone projects a different level of view as opposed to what is in the outside world, the mainstream world. Because I always emphasize and tell you guys, what you have and what you got going on in the MMA world will not always translate directly into the mainstream world. So just because, let's say, a group of people support Sean Strickland, it doesn't mean that he's going to make Conor McGregor numbers. Israel Adesanya already has been proven to be a star.
Life of Fighting says, hey, what do you think about Hulk Hogan's death? I actually have a video about that, Life of Fighting. I talk about how, well, let me explain the title, right? The title of the video is Hulk Hogan, Generation Greatness to Generation Degeneracy. It is basically talking to the adolescents of the 90s and the 80s. So think about it like this, right? Hulk Hogan was the symbol of America in more ways than one. Let me explain how. America was both hated and loved, right? America does a lot of good around the world. And a lot of things that we may never know about. Obviously, the Pentagon may know, the CIA may know, right? But a lot of these covert operations and also just the charitable work that American citizens do, period, right? So America has a good standing in that particular light. There's also the NWO side of America, all pun intended, because when you bring the New World Order version of America, guess what? You are the police brutality force of the world. Fresh Melon Juice says, you're a can of paint. What do you mean by that? I don't understand what you mean by that with those comments. So yeah, check out that video. It's this one right here. But right now we're reacting to an old video of mine, Nazi Champ by Sean Strickland. So it was about 1 year ago, right after he had won the title. And that is what we are reacting to right now. Big Ink MMA, shout out to you, my man. Who do you think is next for RDR? Who do I think is next for D. Ritter? The title shot. I think the winner of Khamzat and Dricus. So, yeah, that will probably be Khamzat's first title defense, because I'm just going to tell you out flat, right? Call me biased, but Khamzat is going to smash DDP. That's my bold take on it. You know what? You know, Zayn constantly is asking me about the Khamzat fight. Hey, bruv, you know, you think this guy going to win, bruv. You think it's a set bet. You think this is good, bruv. You know, because obviously he knows a lot about boxing. That's why he, you know, has constant bets every week for different matchups, some bigger than others. Obviously, he put the whole house on Hamza Shiraz and came out the victor on that, right? But he wants to know about Khamzat and how much is it a sure thing on the MMA side, guys, I'm telling you right now, I don't gamble, and I'm not going to even gamble on this one, you know, just out of principle. But if you're going to gamble, bet the house on Khamzat. And I'm not even asking you to do that. Fresh says Zane should stick to betting boxing. MMA is not safe. Yeah, guess what? I'm glad that you said that, Fresh, because I truly believe that Khamzat is a sure thing. What I heard Brandon Schaub mention in the training, I think would scare anybody that would be set to fight Khamzat. But let's go back in time when the 185 belt was in the hands of Nazi Sean Strickland. Marty Miller says, I think Khamzat is going to smash him too. With his new cardio, he's going to relentlessly attack the takedowns and get him out of there. That's, you know what, Marty, yeah, we're seeing the same thing. We're definitely seeing the same thing. Even in our minds right now, I think we're probably seeing the same thing sequenced by what Khamzat is trying to do in this fight. But all right, let's go back in time when Sean Strickland was the world champion and he upsetted Israel Adesanya, and why it was bad for business in the UFC, and the reason why you don't see him get a title shot or second chances the way that Izzy did. Let's get back to it.
Over and over again. And then there were times where, let's say, he didn't have the highest pay-per-view numbers in tanked because maybe he didn't have the right opponent, maybe he didn't have the right promotion leading up into the fight, or just the right amount of hype or interest that he created leading up to those particular fights. But nonetheless, he is still a star. And on top of that, the way that Sean Strickland describes him in the Nelt Boys podcast is that he somehow fits a certain agenda. So
about 22 days ago, I started using the Japanese Mojaro recipe, but I had to stop because I was losing weight way too fast. Just look at how slim my face is now. No fluff. Let's get straight to it. Apple cider vinegar, coffee, turmeric, banana, and the last ingredient I'll reveal.
How symbolic that he goes into this fight, wins against a guy that has these contrasting values that he does. Look at Izzy. He's got his nails painted. He wears pearls, and he's a male. He does a lot of things that are quintessentially contrasting to the ideas of, let's say, traditional masculinity. And then here comes Sean Strickland, who fills all those roles in his...
The bespoke AI Family Hub Plus refrigerator with AI vision inside.
Okay, so I gotta tell you guys, right? I want you guys to look up this guy, Charles Brooks. Okay, he's a Glory kickboxer. I got into it with him, right? On Facebook. I got into it with him on Facebook. He blocked me, right? So hold on, let me Glory kickboxing. Let me see if I can find him just to confirm who he is, right? Charles Rodriguez, not Charles Brooks. I'm sorry, Charles Rodriguez. He's a brother, but obviously he has a Hispanic last name. But yeah. So Charles Rodriguez. Okay, Charles Rodriguez. He says, who is this woman? Haram. That was the commercial. Fresh Melon Juice says Charles Barkley, the black big funny guy. No, Charles Rodriguez, the Glory kickboxer. So, okay, we got into it because I told him that I hate straight dudes that act gay. Okay, I told him I hate that whole thing, right? Where, especially if he's a tough guy, he purposely tries to act zesty in order to somehow seem disarmed to, the non-combatants. You understand what I mean? So, Marty Miller says, I can't remember Fresh, but I'm sure Brunson tried taking him down quite a bit. Oh, okay. Fresh says, has any fighter tried to take DDP down during a fight? Okay. That's what he meant. Okay. Okay. That's what he meant. And then Marty Miller says, oh, so you mean Izzy? Okay. Yeah, that's Brunson does so as well. I am with you on that. I hate those type of guys. Yeah, so that's the reason why Charles Rodriguez unfriended me on Facebook, was because he didn't like that. I said that you have to be a traditional masculine tough guy or this and that. Yeah, straight guys that act gay. Right. Yeah, it's not my thing. So I think Izzy sort of like falls into that line a little bit. Going back into this video, reminiscing on the time that Sean Strickland became world champion. So yeah, man, I think that is the contrasting personalities that Sean Strickland and Izzy has, right? Sean, on the other hand, I think way too much overemphasizes the idea of hyper masculinity. Who is gay? Nobody. I'm just saying that of like straight guys that purposely act like it in order to, I don't know, like appease a certain demographic of some sort.
His current moment of time and in his current stage of, let's say, his persona that he has, right, in comparison to, let's say, his past persona as a former neo-Nazi of a Los Angeles skinhead gang member, right? All these things are bad news. So even though he's not really a Nazi, that's not the view of the world that is around him. That is not the view of, let's say, the average fans. They just hear that one time and they're going to run with it. And then on top of that, this is not something that Sean vehemently denies by any stretch of the imagination. You got guys out there that are former gang members, guys that have been part of terrorist organizations, people that have done horrible things, crimes against humanity, whether they were part of a government, a gang, or a rebel group, or any of that sort. A lot of these people, they will deny that they are part of any of these groups. You ask Sean Strickland straight up, he'll tell you, yup, I'm part of that. I was this guy. But because of that, it was because of this redemption story that I rose above it. I started hanging out with more minorities. I started becoming more of a diverse kind of guy. I started having different friends, so on and so forth. Now I'm the new Sean Strickland. This is my new persona, or this and that. Yes, this is all true. This is all a reality of what Sean Strickland has going on. But what he also has going on, unfortunately, are these other things that haunt his past. And this is the reason why the UFC and Dana White did not want him to win. They looked at it as a tune-up fight. Because let's face it, what was the big fight in the horizon? Do you guys remember the summer of 2023? One of the greatest summers of mixed martial arts, and probably even one of the best summers of my life. And part of that was because of the mixed martial arts that had gone on, and then the other experience that I've had.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Traveling up and down California multiple times within a span of a month. But neither here or there. The point of the matter is, during that time of summer of 2023, you had UFC 290. Dricus du Plessis does what? He commits a serious upset in the same similar fashion that you get an upset with the likes of, right now, Sean Strickland taking on Israel Adesanya.
All right, so let's go back into the present right now. Obviously, we're time traveling. You guys are time traveling with me right now, right? This is what's great about having videos. When people talk about time traveling, what it really means is that video archives, right? So it's great to have these video archives going back in time. So during that time, I told you, right, 23, that was summer of 2023, Disneyland. I was watching UFC 290 in between watching the fights. So I'm sitting there, standing in line, waiting to get into the rides. The fight happens. Just before I get into the ride, a knockout happens. Great. All right, so I can get my attention off of that until the next fight. I get off the ride, another fight happens. Boom, another knockout. Next, boom. Next thing you know, right? So before you know it, I was watching Pantoja fight while there were fireworks going on in Walt Disney. Imagine that. So let's go back to these comments. Who is gay? Who is gay? Playboy says. Fresh Melon Juice says, Diddy made all the gay. Fresh Melon Juice says, 1K, huh? Next is 1 trillion subs. Inshallah, man. Inshallah, that would be wonderful. Marty Miller says, Shab acts GAY, talks about the size of other men. Yeah, that's the thing about Shab. He's very much hyper obsessed with that, isn't he? He says, by the end of the year, Fresh, inshallah. Fresh Melon Juice says, many men would say wrestling with another man every day for 8 hours is pretty well. It depends on your perspective, right? Obviously, you're learning combat skills with that other man, so that can't possibly be that bad. Marty Miller says posing on stage in your underwear to a bunch of other men is pretty, in reference to bodybuilding. Okay, I would agree with that. Fresh says, Joe Rogan acts like a muscle woman with hair under their armpit. Okay, that's super GAY and yay. Okay, all right, let's get back to this. Back in time, 2023.
Defeating him. 5-round decision. Okay? Nobody expected that, just like Dricus du Plessis. So then he wins. They have this storyline going on with Israel Adesanya about who is the real African. And then, of course, it's tied into the South African apartheid history, and being that Dricus du Plessis is the ancestral inheritance of the people that may have colonized that land. Here he is. Israel Adesanya goes up in the octagon after his win, calls him the N-word multiple times, and then Dricus du Plessis only replies with, yeah, I mean the African, but you're not my brother, and this and that. It was great. It was an absolute masterpiece of promotion that's supposed to lead to the next fight. You could have led it all the way to, let's say, November, right? And then it never had happened. So because of that, now Israel wanted to continue on his active streak that he had going on. He's a very active fighter, right? Constantly fighting month after month and year after year. Of course, he's had 80 to 90 kickboxing fights, over 100, almost 200 some odd combat sports events in his entire career. So he's a very experienced man, just like Sean Strickland is a very experienced man in ways that's not counted. He constantly goes and fights in the gyms. And guess what? He's constantly honed in. He's got his sights literally set up to its battle site, its battle zone, and its sense of alertness is constantly there. So he's just ready. He was at the right place at the right time, and then Izzy, which is way too active and perhaps maybe a little too tired from all these training camps that he had done. Maybe he had stretched himself out a little bit too thin.
So that's the overall debate, right? Is it good to fight all the time, take all of these fights, or is it good to sit back a few times and just enjoy the roses and then get back into the horse at a later date, right? What is better? Fresh says this dude in the yellow shirt talks a lot. Well, it's a talk show, right? It's what you do. Otherwise, we would just be here staring at each other in the screens all day. All right.
But nonetheless, one of the things that I have to really tell you in this video that I have to emphasize is really the UFC and its investors and business partners do not like this. But that's the beauty of combat sports. You can't control it. However, they are still a business. But at the same time, you can't control the results of the competition. Because even though we wanted to live in this main character syndrome world of Israel Adesanya being the hero and then fighting the South African colonizer, just like real mixed martial arts and the results that happen into it, it doesn't work out like that. Just like life, a lot of things don't work out the way that you want them to. You try to negotiate a certain deal, you don't get it. You try to make out a certain amount of let's say, leverage to your side. It doesn't always happen. Maybe you want a little bit more, but then you got a little bit less.
So you wanted a little bit more, but maybe you got a little bit less. That is the quintessential lesson of life, right? You're not always going to get what you want, but hey, you know what? Shoot for the stars. For me, what I'm going to shoot for is to be the biggest MMA content creator there is in YouTube. Now, is that possible? It's possible for anybody, but is it feasible? Who knows? Is it logical? Maybe not, but the logicality is that if I at least shoot for the stars, I don't have to be the biggest MMA platform out there. I can just very well be in my own lane, doing great and still having high numbers and still having a good salary from YouTube of doing it. That's a happy enough life for me, right? But at the same time, you still want to shoot for the stars. But you're not always going to get what you want out of life, right? There are many guys that go through college sports, high school sports, that wanted to go and play in the NBA and NFL, right? Brendan Schaub was one of them. Obviously, that's why he got into fighting. And he's right about the fact that many American heavyweights would rather play the top mainstream ball sports because it makes more money than that of fighting, which is highly dangerous. Life of Fighting says, well, I think a lot of fighters are not made to fight every few months. Izzy needed time. So did Volkanovski. Very true. Not everyone is built like Merab. LOL. Well, I tell you what Merab has going on is sort of a style that sort of shows energy, energy reservation based on the grappling that he does. Look, you can reserve a lot of energy just by being on top, right? So everybody always talks about cardio, but nobody talks about the efficiency of energy use.
From the negotiation deal that you had, maybe you wanted a job that, let's say, described as doing something like this or doing something in the executive level, and then you get hit with, let's say, being an associate of some sort, rather than, let's say, the top dog of the company. Okay, you wanted to be world champion or the gold medalist in the Olympics, but instead you ended up getting the bronze. That's okay. Use that and catapult yourself into becoming the greatest boxer of all time, which is what Floyd Mayweather did. He lost in the amateurs, but he never lost in the pros, and he learned from that lesson. So that is the reality of combat. Your heroes aren't always going to win. And Sean Strickland, unfortunately, is the biggest anti-hero that I think you could really understand that is existing today in mixed martial arts. Again, I go at it over and over again. He was a former Nazi. He says all these things that
Marty, cardio has a lot to do with genetics too. Look at Connor. He was training like crazy at his peak, and he would still gas out because he is more of a fast twitch guy. That too, or perhaps alcohol, pregnancy poison from his mother, because you know there's a lot of Irish women that drink during pregnancy, but we also don't talk about that, do we? We also don't talk about that, do we? You naughty little Irish.
that are not desirable in the modern feminist world. And yes, those are some aspects that I may agree with on terms of what Sean Strickland views in the world. But in all honesty, I'm going to tell you guys, I don't like Sean Strickland's views on Islam. And if you want me to dissect and explain to you why, here it is. He's mentioned in Enough Boys that in Islam, we indoctrinate women into wearing a hijab. And he says that it's BS, that, yeah, it's their choice, it's not, or this and that. Here's the thing that Sean Strickland has to understand. He's looking at a world from a very deductive view in terms of the way that he only sees fit as to what he believes is morale. Now, the Western morale is be nice to everybody, treat everybody how you want to be treated. Yeah.
Says Merab is like a pit bull, Connor is like a cat. Ah, okay. That's a Marab is like a pit bull. Conor is like a cat. Ali Abdelaziz actually referred to Conor as somewhat of a deer, right? He says that Khabib is a lion and Conor is a deer, meaning that he's athletic, but he is athletic and a meat that is meant to be eaten like a deer.
Yes, the golden rule. But then with Islam, there's certain things that are a little more complicated than that. For example, yes, there's a lot of things that we don't believe in, such as free mixing. Okay, we understand that in modern society, there are men and women that work side by side in all different professions. That's fine. But it doesn't mean that we have to choose to be in these types of careers that is not in line with our.
He says, I want you to listen to the Joe Rogan Sean Strickland podcast. I listened to it when driving, and you can kind of see where Sean came from. Yeah, man, Sean Strickland is a gang dropout from a Nazi lowrider gang, too, on top of that. But, yeah, that's another story for another time. But I see what you're saying, though. Check out the palm tree right there in the background. All right.
Our religion. And we have the choice to do that. But the problem is, with somebody like Sean Strickland, the way that he grew up, and even DC mentions it, no one ever loved this guy until he was in a gym full of guys that shared a certain brotherhood. And then after that, he became this guy that understood the world from a bigger spectrum point of view. Coming from a Southern California neo-Nazi into a guy that literally believes in brotherhood amongst men in combat. A universal theme that we as men, no matter what race, religion, creed, or ethnicity can relate to. But his views on Islam, I'm going to challenge it right now. I think they're completely wrong. I think that there are women in Islam that choose to wear the hijab based on their fear of God. And here's the thing. I don't know if Sean Strickland believes in any religion or any type of organized way of thinking or anything like that, but I can tell you from an Islamic perspective, I truly believe that perhaps maybe, again, my opinion, Allah knows best, but from an Islamic perspective, I believe that Allah gave a blessing to Sean Strickland. And why is that? Well, because of the fact that this guy came up in a very troubled youth. By the way, no children ever deserve to be abused. No children ever deserve to be exposed to pornography.
Marty Miller says, I really think most of what Sean portrays is exaggerated version of himself. He took Colby's approach and say what you want to say, but it worked. I think he's a lot more genuine than Colby. Let me know in the comment section below what you think about that, Marty Miller. Yeah, I think he's more genuine than Colby. I think Colby really does understand pro wrestling because he grew up actually having a childhood where he can enjoy professional wrestling. See, Sean, I don't think he grew up watching professional wrestling because he had a very traumatic childhood and he didn't have enough time to be watching Monday Night Raw to entertain himself while living a traumatic life. But yeah, let me know what you think about that.
The way that his dad exposed him at 13 or 14 years old, no kid deserves that. And then another thing, no kid chooses to be who their parents are. And with all these hardships that you go through, at some point, you have to get your break. And this is one of the things that you could really appreciate with Sean Strickland. But back to the main point at hand, the UFC does not want him to be champion because it is bad for their brand. It doesn't coincide with the inclusive access of mentality that, let's say, these left-wing liberal companies want to show to the world. Imagine showing Sean Strickland as your world champion. Imagine that. What is that like for a company that is affiliated with Disney, Endeavor, and all these other Hollywood agents that are within this whole culture that is going on right now? And look, I'm not here to criticize any political point of view. Obviously, you guys know where I stand in terms of Islamic values. That's where I stand with that. But when it comes to the right-wing, left-wing dilemma of America, I mean, I'd have to say that I have a very neutral opinions on those things. And surprisingly, Sean Strickland himself is in a situation where he's basically the same type of guy. He's a libertarian. He doesn't believe in right or left. And I mentioned this in the last video about Sean Strickland being a working class hero. Okay, he's not a Trump guy. He doesn't believe Trump is a real conservative. He believes that Trump is only a conservative based on the fact that he wants to appease to a voter base that thinks a certain way. And he's right, so I agree with him on that. So,
yeah, Marty Miller, of course, Fresh is from the United States. He's an asshole, like all of us.
There's a lot of things that I agree with Sean Strickland, and then there's things that I don't. Because Sean Strickland also complains about the feminized domination of Western society against men, yet Islam somehow is not an answer for him in any kind of degree. I mean, the guy is very confused, but you also have to understand Sean Strickland has very loose morals to which, yes, he says that he believes in American values and this and that, but in all honesty, I gotta be honest with you guys. National values only have a certain limit that only religion can fulfill the void of. And you gotta understand that. Because if you don't, then you're only missing a lot of pieces in understanding true morality beyond this world, beyond the comprehension of just borders and languages. But when it comes to the overall universal theme that we can agree with Sean Strickland, and this is only talking for the hardcore fans, because the mainstream normie world, they're not going to accept Sean Strickland no matter how good he is. And from a tactician point of view, we really admire what he was able to do, a decorated striker like Izzy. So that hardcore side of us can appreciate him. But the liberal, casual fans, the normies, as I mentioned, will just never understand it. They will never understand the value of his story and the true value of redemption.
Marty Miller, did the host just call me an a-hole? Well, you are, man. You are to a certain extent. I am to a certain extent. We all can be to a certain extent. So,
because
all right, I'm going to leave it off with this. I'll read a couple of comments from this. This was absolutely insane, right? He says, "I'm Latino. Good job. You whooped the dog bender. Bow wow wow. Yippee yo yippee yay." This is one of the comments right here. Put your seatbelt on. Much rather have an ex-racist as champion than a current racist. Very happy for Sean. World-class title the hard way. Okay, you drank the Kool-Aid, bro. You okay? Yeah. This is like, all right. I understand what you're saying, man. Trust me, I hate Nazis as much as the next guy. But Sean Strickland made it clear he was a dumb kid and realized he was wrong and changed his ways and just blah, 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 blah. Okay. Should sue you for slandering. Go Strickland. I mean, come on. I'm Mexican. I love Strickland. He's not a Nazi. You're tripping, dude. I'm just glad we no longer have a champion. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, like the rest of us. Yup. Yeah, those are all the comments that I got in this. Yeah, it was a very heated video, obviously. You know, I don't normally get comments like this, at least not yet, but yeah, man. So, guys, with that in mind, you know what? I'll do a little bonus stream right now. Let me see if I can get on GTA Online for you. I'll do a little bonus stream on this one for you guys right here. So, let's get to That's good enough. All right. He says, Call of Duty Warzone, man. Come on. Not my thing. You know, I kind of like GTA. I'll show you why I like GTA so much. So, let's see if I get any legit kills. Show us what you learned in the Navy. All right. Time for some action. Yeah, I could literally humiliate myself with this right now. You know what I mean? Like if I do really bad, I could but you know, it is what it is. You know, I'm putting it all on the line right here, just like what I do with my workout videos, right? I go in there and I physically put it all on the line, just like with the gaming stuff. You know, I'm gonna go in there and put it all on the line as well. So that's just what it's all about. It is what it is. I wasn't in the Navy. Marine Corps, totally different branch.
Imagine being able to build anything just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform made for anyone with an idea.
Everything okay?
There it is. You know the guy that I killed, his name was Tony Montana. There it is. Confirmed kill, Tony Montana. Got him. We out. We out.
Hello, Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help you? Hello, you're through to Pegasus Lifestyle Management. How can I help? Great. So it's available for pickup at our nearest location, sir.
Yes, I do. I still grapple, yes. Oh, I'm going to keep going at this guy right here until he goes on passive mode. Huh. You think you were slick with the RPG, huh? I grapple with homeless kittens. They tap quickly. Oh, man. You're one of those, aren't you, Fresh? Dang. Where the fuck are these shots coming from? Hydration tests will do that to you. All right, guys, on live mode right now. Everybody that is tuning in right now, I am live on the audio as I am replaying a little video game session I had the other day, GTA Online to be exact. We will be officially on at 1 hour and 42 minutes into this live stream, which is approximately 10 seconds from now. And yes, we will. It is now the official live stream for UFC Fight Night, Taira versus Park. As you are watching me doing a replay of a video game session, as I believe I am trying to get at somebody that had previously unalived me in the gamer. Shot me in the game. So now I'm trying to get him back right now. And that is the footage that you are seeing right now while we are about to cover UFC Fight Night, Taira versus Park, Japan versus Korea. Let's go.
Hey, which one of my skills is required? Okay,
oh, this is the guy that got me. This is the guy that got me, y'all. I'm going to get him right here. Got him. Got him. Got him. Confirmed kill. Confirmed kill. Got him. Subject down. That was the guy. Okay, the prelims, we're going to start in just a little bit. Everybody, welcome. Got him. All right. I got him. All right, guys. And with that, I'm going to sign off. Take care, guys. Have a good one. See you in the next one, inshallah. Now I got to get away from these cops right here. I'm going to leave it off with this. Let's see if I can escape these cops. There it is. That is how you end a GTA session, is that you get in there and take out the guy that took you out and then be out. Because otherwise you're going to be stuck in this game for hours. For hours and hours. So...
So I believe we're going to have the first fight of the evening right now. Yeah, first fight of the evening. All right, so first fight of the evening, it's going to be Viera versus Souza right here. First fight of the night. Let's get right to it, man. We have about 10 minutes left of this footage of me playing GTA, of which afterwards I'm going to put it on an audio screen. So shout out to everybody that is tapped in with me. I will be covering the fights live with you guys right here because that is what hardcore MMA channels do. I tell you what, these are one of those fights that I could have easily skipped. I think this is one of those fights where a lot of MMA content creators or streamers are going to skip because it's not the biggest card. But I tell you what, if you're a true MMA fan, you're in for the ride either way. And we're going to cover the fights nonetheless. All right, yeah, we're about to have Ketlen Vieira on in a bit versus Souza. Just waiting for the first match of the evening right here. Yeah, how about that, man? You know, the Dana White Contender Series going on right there. All right, Piera Rodriguez versus Ketlen Souza right now. All right. All right, so former Dana White Contender Series alumni has a win over Kay Hansen. All right, Ketlen Souza. All right, man. Very happy to be with you guys right here for this live stream of a very underrated card. But nonetheless, you guys are hardcore MMA fans, and that is why you guys are here with me. So let's have a good old chat. Let's, by the way, I'm probably doing some things on the side as well while doing this live stream with you. But I'd like to thank everybody that is tapped in because we are in for a ride. Right here, right? 3 hours of prelims, and then 6 p.m., 3 hours from now, will be the main card. Let's get right to it. Obviously, a very lackluster first fight, but let's see how it goes.
No, I just wanted to get in there and kill a few people, get them back online, and then and then be out. But here I am. But all right, I'm gonna leave it with this.
Very All right, first fight about to start right here.
No monologue for today. Not really anything inspiring to talk about other than just random fun, I suppose. Walaikum salam rahmatullah, the Punisher. Shout out to you, my man.
Not so much pre-gaming, Marty. Actually, the first fight is about. Yeah, the first fight is about to start right now. Let me know if you guys are tapped in to this fight right now. All right, here we go, guys. First fight of the evening. Oh, that one was pre-recorded from yesterday's live stream. Yeah, the Punisher, when he said salam alaikum to me, that was yesterday. Well, all right, first fight right now. Here's Ketlen Souza. By the way, live with you guys right now. Just so you know, obviously, the first fight of the evening is going on right now, and I'm here tapped in with you guys. I wonder what ratings look like for these types of cards. Not very high, but I tell you what, I think the true hardcores, which I think I have a pretty good following of hardcores like yourself and many others out there, I think they may tap in for this one. And hopefully that translates into them tapping into the channel as well. But let me know who you guys have on the main event. I'm going to go with the Japanese guy over the Korean guy. And that's coming from somebody that has trained Korean martial arts more than I have done the Japanese arts of things, other than judo, of course. All right, so a little bit of a feeling out process right here. By the way, guys, very in high gratitude of being here with you guys right now. Obviously not in the normal circumstances where I would be on camera right now, but audio is good nonetheless. Here doing some work, getting some work done while watching the fights at the same time and just tapping in with you guys while trying to remain consistent as well. Meanwhile, here's Rodriguez looking to stay consistent. Got a clinch, Muay Thai plum over the head of Souza, breaks it up, but now they're back into the squared up position with 338, 334 of the first round. There's some knees right there by Rodriguez in close range proximity. Good jabs right there. Oh, good. Good knee. Good knee by Souza. Souza right now throwing some combinations. First round, 3 minutes in, 259, 258. Now they're clinching up with each other right now. 240, 238. Oh, wow. There's some knees right there. Constant knees by Rodriguez. So to answer your question about the ratings, Marty, this is what I will say, right? These fights are not necessarily needed to build ratings, but rather to build the future stars of tomorrow by getting their fights and their careers going. Rodriguez on top position right here, full guard position on top of Souza. Not attempting a lot of transitions here. Good teep kicks by Rodriguez there. All right, there's a 1-2 shot right there by Souza. Oh, there's another takedown by Rodriguez right on top position once again. All right, end of round one, going into round two. I'm going to give round one to Rodriguez. All right, round number two, 440. Good strikes by Rodriguez so far. Yeah, and good knees by Rodriguez as the fight was continuing on. Really good mixing of the clinches by Rodriguez while also fighting a very good range game, right? Using her range, but then also knowing how to get in close range, such as utilizing clinches in the way that she is against Rodriguez earlier. Now a little bit of a boxing match going on with 4 minutes left into the second round. Good front kick right there by Rodriguez. All right, there's a single leg shot right there. Good shot entry by Rodriguez. All right. Gets the single. Really worked hard for that single. Stayed with it. All right, looking for an ankle pick there. Doesn't get it. A flying knee and into a takedown by Rodriguez. Wow. Caught her in the air while getting kneed. Yeah. They really are trying to bring it and bring some good impressions into the first fight. All right, maintaining top position right now for Rodriguez. The corner of Rodriguez urging her to try and improve from this half guard position. All right, still maintaining the top position right there, looking for a heel hook attempt by Souza. Now Souza scrambles right up on top. Now they are both standing up, clinching up against the cage. Oh, good knees by Rodriguez. Wow, man, this is turning out to be a very good fight right now. Mostly on the dominating part of Rodriguez, but Souza seems to be coming back a little bit here. Mounting a comeback through using cage clinching right now. Yeah, not a lot of cage. Yeah. Not really. Okay, there we go. Now with indie underhooks, Rodriguez is trying to push Souza into the cage. Everybody around the world, don't forget to tap, like, and subscribe as we are reacting to Park versus Taira right now. All right, third and final round coming up. All right, round number 3. Very grueling fight right now. 30 seconds into it. Both swinging wild. All right, very good grappling exchanges between these two, though. All right, yeah, very good job of stuffing the head right here. All right, 308. All right, stand switching by Souza right here. I predict live mid-fight into this right now that Rodriguez is going to win by decision. Yeah, Rodriguez is winning this one. How do you guys have it? Have you ever broken a wrist? Might be on purpose. There's no audio. Sorry about that. We're just working through my audio. Have I ever broken a wrist? I don't think I have. No. I know. Yeah, sorry about that. Have I ever broken a wrist? No, I haven't broken a wrist. And yeah, I'm in and out in the audio. So yeah, I'm just commentating on the fight. I may have had some audio problems earlier, but yeah, not right now. All right, here's Rodriguez maintaining the top position right now on half guard while Souza is trying to get up from here. 30 seconds. Oh, man, I'm sorry to hear that. Was that from grappling or working on striking or a little bit of both? All right, we find out the decision soon, but like I told you, it's going to Rodriguez. Who do you guys think won that fight? I think Rodriguez. All right, out of the 12 fights that we have tonight, one down right there, man. got a lot of action going on tonight. Oh yeah, really excited for that Khamzat and Dricus fight. See, told you guys. I knew Rodriguez was going to win that one. Okay, yeah, I must have done it hitting pads. Okay, yeah, that'll do it. Haven't really had any wrist issues in 10 years. No idea what happened. Yeah, man, I hope, everything is all well and good with you. And shout outs to your profile pic, by the way. At least it kind of gives me, perspective of who I'm talking to there, man. Shout outs to Marty Miller, man. Glad you're here enjoying these fights with me. And of course, one thing that we all have in common is that we're all hardcore MMA fans, right? We will watch anything that deals with two people in a one-on-one fighting situation. Shoot, I would go watch that out in the streets. I've seen that for years, in the streets of California and in the East Coast. But now there's a legal way of doing it and sport behind it and a little bit of sports glory attached with it as well, which really creates the beauty and the essence of what we know as mixed martial arts. You guys have to excuse me. I'm making coffee right now, but I tell you what I will do. I will post that coffee in the community section right now, just to kind of give you guys a little bit of a perspective here. But yeah, man, just having a nice little coffee while enjoying the fights with you guys. Life is great. I'm a creamer guy. All right, there it is, guys. Go check out my community post right now. Go give it a like. Give it some conversation, some life. There it is, guys. There's the coffee that I got going on right there. Hope you guys enjoy. Hope you guys are enjoying the fights. Right now, we got Estvam versus, who is he fighting right now? This is Estvam versus Felipe Bunes. All right, let's get it on, man. All right, guys. Cheers to all of you. Here's a little glass clacking for you guys with the coffee that I got going on. And let's get to this second fight of the evening. Wow, undefeated fighter. Okay. All right, round number one. Estvam versus Bunes. Always enjoying coffee and some UFC. Life can't get any better, boys. UFC and coffee. There's a leg kick right there by Estvam. Front kick right there by Bunes. There's another front kick by Estvam. Good takedown attempt by Estevam right here, but Bunes is fighting it. Good scrambles between them. All right, now they're back on the feet, squared up. Estvam maintaining top position right now. All right, what does Bunes have going on here? Looks like some kind of inverted triangle. Love it. I've always wanted a legit coffee bar. Not to make this a business channel talk, Marty Miller, but yeah, I think you would need to have like a real passion for it in terms of knowing that the returns are not going to be there, considering that they got Starbucks and Pete's all over the place. They're sort of like really running down the small coffee shops. The only small coffee shops that are around are realistically from hippies that are trying to, create some sort of moral play, right? But yes, in theory, a coffee bar and a coffee shop is great business. It has its charm to it, right? Like because look, you as a Christian, you would feel a little bit guilty when you owning a bar, an alcoholic bar. How about other types of naughty bars out there, right? You would feel guilty of owning something like that. Me as a Muslim, I would feel guilty of something like that. But coffee, man, there's no, it's guilt free, and it's non-haram money is the best way to put it. But you do have stiffer competitions out there with Pete's Coffee and Starbucks, being that they literally dominate every parking lot and every plaza around the United States that has a Walmart, a Target, or anything close to its proximity. But yeah, I support anybody that will open a coffee bar for sure. But it is more of an idealistic endeavor rather than an actual logical return to your business. People are legitimately addicted to Starbucks. Yeah, that's what it is. Because, bro, listen, who is the Starbucks of MMA? I think we're watching it right now. Think about it like this, right? They had a PFL world level event yesterday, but here we are. We're watching a UFC fight in a gym, essentially a gym. We are watching a fight in a gym. We are watching a sparring fight in a gym. It's a legitimate fight that adds into the record of these men's career and storyline, but ultimately they are fighting at a gym if you really put it down in the most primitive ways. Marty says, almost can't ever drive by without the line being wrapped around the building. Yeah, same here. As you would imagine, California is probably within that same trajectory as well, right? Man, yeah, everybody around the United States, if not around the world, really runs on Starbucks. Man, the Starbucks really is the UFC of coffee. So if you were to open one, yeah, that's what it would be like. But yeah, I think you guys have seen me look at a building here in terms of possible acquisition. I think in one of my live streams, if if I don't recall, but yeah, looking into it, there's a lot of possible losses that come with it, like all businesses, right? But there's just a certain risk. For example, doing this, YouTube has a lot of potential losses behind it. But you know what? Like, to me, I don't care, because in my mind and in reality, I really believe that I'm probably one of the best MMA content creators and journalists out there, and that's primarily why I do it. And same with Tom Aspinall with the There's No Plan B video that I did, documentary that I did about him and his father. How you can't have a plan B when you go into something like this. That's what it is, man. You got to know that you're the best, and you know that there is no plan B, and move forward with it. So that's what it is. Oh, damn, you got the division. You got that subdivision housewife coffee machine. Oh, okay. Is that what it is? Okay. Is that what they sort of stereotype it as? Yeah. But very I think the common word for this one is very white. You know what I mean? Like, that's really what it is. Like, no, trust me, when I say that, I really mean that. Even though the Arabs have had a lot of contribution in, in bringing coffee to the world. In fact, at one point, the Pope tried to ban the coffee, citing it as a Muslim drug to a certain degree, right? But in modern times, in the United States, within studies of demographics, I just think that, yes, it's mostly a lot of white folks that are, really coffee centric in terms of making it a culture. Like, obviously having a certain little setup. What do you call that? Subdivision, suburban coffee machines, right? As you would stereotype it. But yeah, that it's just, I don't know, man, a lot. You'd be surprised. I know a lot of minorities that are not really into coffee as much. But I don't know. I think maybe that's just a difference of choice in certain environmental factors. But on any regard, here it is, Estvam and Bunes right now. See, having good old random conversations on a fight day. It can't get any better than that. It's a beautiful day, and very glad and appreciative to be here to watch this fight. So, yeah, man, let's keep the live chat going and the good vibes rolling as we are covering this fight right now. Second round, 45 seconds left into. All right, and that is the end of our round number 2, going into round number 3 between these gentlemen. Shout out to everybody around the world that is tapping in. Also, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button. Okay, round number 3. All right, Estvam takes him down once again. All right, he's maintaining this top position right now, and for whatever reason, Bunes is not able to get up. But credit to Estvam maintaining this top position in the current moment of time right now. There we go. Sorry, yeah, had to get the microphone in there. Yeah, very good top position control by Estvam right now, maintaining it in the third round. And I'm going to predict right now that Estvam is going to get the decision in this one if he doesn't choke him out right here. Looking like he's trying to choke him in this position right here. But I believe Bunes is going to defend it, and this is going to be a 3-round decision for Estvam. This is a for sure decision win on the part of Estvam right now, as he's maintaining top position on Bunes in the current moment of time. So now he's got a seat belt right on top of him. Now he's got full body lock, figure four body lock right around Bunes, which, by the way, many underestimate how much this can disrupt your breathing control once they have this wrapped around you. But Estevam's maintaining this seatbelt position as he is ground and pounding right on Bunes right now. Yeah, Marty Miller says there are some local fights going on tonight in my area down in Canton Football Hall of Fame. Oh, okay. Okay, so that's where the Football Hall of Fame is, and they have an MMA fight there. Is that what you're saying? And he says, yeah, I'm way more interested in those than this card. For sure, for sure. You know what? This is something that I would recommend for just the sake of MMA alone, right? Always support your regional fighters, because you know what? If you support your regional fighters, you never know if they're going to make it into big time. And before you make it into the big time, before you fight in T-Mobile Arena or MSG or anything to that extent, you got to go out there and fight in these types of shows first, and also build local interest. Look at Marty Miller. He's got a lot of local interest in what is going on in those fights tonight, and ultimately, that is how guys like that make it to stages like this. So that is the end of the fight, and obviously Estvam, I believe, is the official winner on this one. But yeah, let's make it official nonetheless. All right, so to no surprise, yes, the winner of this contest, Estvam. Now moving on to Bashi versus Yannis at the 145 division. comment right here. Let's see. Yes, sir. And the Hall of Fame events are going on this week and inductions and whatnot. Oh, okay. Is that exclusive only to the NFL, or is that also in football overall? Like, for example, encompassing, let's say, high school heroes or college heroes or people that were just involved in football to a certain capacity. Let me know of the context behind it. But very interesting nonetheless, right? Also, the local card that they have going on in that part of Ohio tonight, man. Shout out to Marty Miller for shouting that out. So let's see here. Yeah, NFL. Oh, okay. So only exclusive to the NFL. Okay. Interesting. I wonder if they have the same type of politics that they have going on with, let's say, Ken Shamrock, right? You know how Ken Shamrock is not necessarily allowed to be in the UFC Hall of Fame, which, by the way, on paper sounds extremely ridiculous considering the type of accomplishments that he's made, right? Randy Couture may come to mind. I mean, he was an absolute pain in the butt for the UFC to deal with in terms of contract negotiations, but by the end of the day, he was probably one of the first double champs ever in, or not double champs, but somebody to win the title in both divisions, obviously. All right, so here we go. Austin Bashi versus John Yannis. All right, here we go. Yannis versus Bashi right now, both being introduced. All right, here we go. Round one is about to commence. Okay, Bashi swinging wildly right here. All right, good takedown by Bashi right here. Now he's up on the, he's got his back now. Yeah, really explosive out the gate for Bashi right here. All right, Bashi is maintaining back control position right here. Bashi is still maintaining this top control position right now. All right, now he's looking for a choke right here. Oh, that's it. He's got him. He choked him. Austin Bashi gets a first round submission. Shout out to Austin Bashi on that one. They went after Joey Swoles for giving a tribute to Hulk Hogan, and it literally forced him out of the internet. We're going to talk about it. Well, first and foremost, I was going to do a video explaining why Hulk Hogan was not a racist. In fact, I was going to elaborate how he's a classist. By the way, indicative of the audio leak saying that he would rather have his daughter with a rich ninja instead of a broke ninja. A little bit of a Kanye West voice there, if you know what I mean, with his song. But anyways, that's a person who wants their offspring to be with a rich man. By definition of the English language, Hulk, by that definition, is a classist. So you can call him a snob, a posh twat, all good and fine. But racist, maybe a little bit debatable at this point, right? But yeah, think about it like this, right? The royal family of England are also classist, not necessarily racist, right? They let Meghan Markle, for all the controversies surrounding that, the Duchess of Compton marry into the royal family, and she's worth millions, right? So they can't be that racist, but they probably do have some kind of, how do I say this, curriculum as to who is allowed in the family. So with that in mind, let's hear what Mike Tyson had to say about Hulk Hogan in that particular regard, right? I'm sure he has some things to say about Hulk Hogan here.
What happened with Hulk, the whole N-word situation? I know you know about it already, but yeah, him saying the N-word, saying really nasty, racist shit, he's been completely banned from the WWE universe. Do you think Hulk's a racist? I don't think he's a racist. You know, racist gotta be like, you know, I gotta be like, you know, the hell all of them, they all die. I don't want to have nothing. Listen, it's so simple to call somebody a racist now. It's just really simple. It's so easy. Listen, now no one said more disgusting, dreadful things about white people than me. And
that is so true. Mike Tyson has said a lot of horrible things about white people, but at the same time, I mean, nobody really calls him a racist for that, right? That's just being real. Now, look, here's the thing with Hulk Hogan. He said what he said, and as a result of that, I mean, you can understand why people have some kind of vitriol hatred towards him in some kind of way, right? Now, let's continue on with what Mike Tyson has to say here.
Nothing about a racist in me, but then when we get in that dark side of my mind, that's the only thing. We see the bad side of my mind. So those are the words we say. We see Italian, fucking Italian mobster, again, and you're dead, you're that. You see the fucking big, strong, black, rapist nigga.
So you don't label someone a racist if they just have a moment like that? You don't think that's the be-all and all?
I don't know. It could be a racist, but I know I had those moments, and I'm not.
So that's a very good point, right? I don't know if they can be a racist, but I had moments like that, and I know that I'm not. Well, the other argument to that particular scenario is that people don't believe that minorities can be racist towards white people, and I think there's a power dynamic behind that. For example, certain people of a certain race can't affect the outcome or the opportunities that one has over the other, right? So that's kind of where it comes from, where people say you can't have a black person be racist towards white people. But that's just the reality of the situation. Hulk Hogan said what he said, and a lot of people are not very happy with it, right? So let me read to you a few comments that I have on this post right here, right? So my man from the UK, Nas Castro, says, hang on, who said he was racist? Not to my knowledge. I watched the geezer when I was young, fam. Guilty, LOL. John Tufts responds to him, look it up. He didn't like black people. Wow, okay, that's very interesting. So John Tufts says he made a comment on a person dying and coming back as a black person as a punishment. He also said the N-word, not a black guy, or even N-I-double-G-A when referring to his daughter who was dating. Yes, so this was that right there. And then a homie of mine from Sacramento, shout out to Jermaine Taylor, he says, actually don't, bro. Hulk Hogan's racist as fuck. I just watched a WWE documentary about him yesterday, and let me tell you, bro is a horrible person outside the ring and behind closed doors. So there you have it, right? You have the Joey Swolls of the world that have a different opinion of him, that just sort of see Hulk Hogan as a symbol of somebody that has given their childhood positive memories. And then you have other people out there who have some sort of understandable vitriol hate towards Hulk Hogan. I mean, look, you can't go out and say these things without any consequences being rendered against you, and especially with people happy that you're gone. But in that regard, the other side of that also is some people say, well, you know what? why should we give respect to somebody that is dead when he was alive, he was no good? That's also true. I can also understand that point. But at the same time, there is a certain level of people out there that will smash on the dead even after the fact, right? Because they hate them so much. But on any regard, look, this is not one of these videos to give you one conclusion over the other. I'm not here to say whether Hulk Hogan really is or he isn't. But what he did say was absolutely horrible. Okay? And for Joey Swole to leave social media based on a support for him, I mean, I don't know, man. You know, that's for Joey's own life to decide what he wants to do. And in the famous words of Joey Swole, hey, mind your business, right? Man, I love it when he does that, mind your business. He would absolutely hate me with the type of gym etiquettes that I have going on. But, you know, he's a good guy nonetheless, interesting guy. But I think as a guy that got caught up in a crossfire, or maybe doesn't understand the extent to what Hulk Hogan has done in terms of hurting a lot of people with the things that he has said. But with that in mind, that is all that I really have for this video. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one. All right, so just awaiting the next fight coming up right now. All right, right now we got Klein versus Pulyaev. All right, that matchup is coming up next. All right, here we go, man. We're just awaiting this middleweight bout right now between Pulyaev and Klein. All right, man. A long commercial break because, you know, when you get a first round knockout or submission like that, yeah, you are going to have long awaited in betweens. So it's just the nature of the business, I suppose. Oh, wow, man. Nick Klein walking out to, or is it Pulyaev that's walking out to the Hulk Hogan song? All right, here we go. Chris Tione as a referee. All right, round number 1. Klein versus Pulyaev. Both looking to fight very tall. Both looking to fight within range. Oh, wow. Okay, Nick Klein's going at him right now. It's heavy right hands, and then Nick Klein takes him down. Okay, good back control right here. Yeah, he's doing really good at keeping his looking for the rear naked here by Klein. Oh, hold on. All right, Pulyaev escapes for now. Oh, look at this. He's using a cage, using it to, move his... Wow, and he actually gets his hips out. Man, great scramble. All right, but Klein gets into the cage once again. Yeah, Pulyaev is not looking really strong in these positions right here. Yeah, all right. His grappling defense is all right. I'm talking about Pulyaev, but great offense on the part of Klein right now. All right, good knees to the body right here. Nice little shoulder attack. Yeah, he looks like a bigger version of Michael Chiesa. All right. Clinch exchanges here by Klein. I do like that idea, Marty Miller. He said we should all watch old fights sometime, try to come up with a Mount Rushmore of fights or something. Yeah, I like that idea. Good idea, Marty. Or watch fights studying a certain skill set or something, flashback fights. I have one in particular, the wrestling of George St. Pierre. How he was able to use a lot of his wrestling to mitigate a lot of his problems during his title defenses in his 170 championship run. Right? What do you think? Good idea or what? See, there you go. There you go. Great minds think alike. And speaking of great minds, both Klein and Pulyaev are using the same mindset right now to clinch up. But man, look at this. There's a knee right there. Now they're right up. He was the first actual mixed martial artist. I would say so. Yeah, him and Frank Shamrock, I think we're up there. There's other people we can cite on that too, but yeah, well-rounded. There was nobody as well-rounded as GSP. John Jones, you could say, right around that same era or so, but yeah. All right, round number 2. Klein in the distance right now. Anderson Silva, Khabib comes into mind. Who else? Who else had some good clinches? D. Ritter, I would say, right? Because he always throws some knees into it. One of my favorite stats on Bassrutten is he lost a fight by submission and he won the next 8 by 8 or something submissions. Yeah. Matt Brown has good clinches. Well, Alistair has good clinches in the knees. Correct. Yeah. Klein doing a very good job of out-scrambling Pulyaev right now, but good defense on the part of Klein. Okay, you got to throw a knee in the inside there. Oh, there you go. Klein's looking exhausted right now. Oh, my God. Klein is hurt right on the body. Oh, no. Klein is hurt. Oh, he just finished Klein right now. Wow. He just finished Klein. That is amazing. Amazing, man. Great job on the part of Klein, on the part of Pulyaev right there. Yeah, remember how we were talking about best knees and clinches? Man, I think we may have to put Pulyaev up in there. You saying that he was tired made me think of something. I was listening to the strength and conditioning coach the other day, and he was saying MMA isn't an endurance sport. What do you think? What he means by that is it's not an endurance sport in terms of you're not going a full marathon where you're running a full hour, right? Or 2 hours, or however long marathons are, about like maybe 2 or 3 hours, 4 tops, right? You're not going that long. What you are doing is a 25-minute sprint. So in a way, I kind of agree with him. And you see the workouts that I do in these live streams, they are pretty much indicative of that, right? The most that I'll do on those circuits is like 40 minutes. But then as I dwindle down all the weeks, I would dwindle it down to like 25 minutes or something like that within the championship ranges. So, yeah. It's not an endurance sport, but endurance does help, and with limitations behind it. I think that's the best way to put it. So let me know if that makes sense for you, man. The 1980s and the 1990s all the way to the 2000s, and then led an adult life in the 2010s and 20s, you can absolutely relate to this. There was a moment in time where everything seemed magical. During the times of Hulk Hogan, the red and the yellow, the Hulk Hogan ice cream, the Ultimate Warrior action figures, the G.I. Joes, things of this nature. Everything seemed pure, everything seemed real, or was it? And then next thing you know, the realities of the harsh adulthood came and creeped into our lives, washing away all the beautiful memories that we remembered as a kid with simpler times. And if you understand exactly what I'm saying to you, you will understand this video in a nutshell. The 1980s, the 1990s seemed like a simpler time for many multitudes of reasons. One of those reasons is because we could distinguish between the good guys and the bad guys. You remember the Cold War? Everybody was so convinced that the United States was good and the USSR was bad. Now, obviously, all countries are bad and all countries are good in their own way. Let's try and understand that. But when you had somebody like Hulk Hogan, who represented America, then you had somebody like Iron Sheik, who was playing, obviously, a character of an Iranian national who hates the United States, but in reality was actually a real-life Iranian wrestler who represented Iran. That's neither here or there. That is a political topic for another time. What I'm talking to you about right now is your childhood memories and how it coincides with the reality of Hulk Hogan. For example, when he became Hulk Hogan NWO, what happened? When that happened, Hulk Hogan became a disenfranchised, wannabe good guy, wannabe goody two-shoe, and became this hardened biker gang leader criminal, which, by the way, is what he was depicted as when he was the leader of the NWO. Hence the name Hollywood Hulk Hogan, because he fits the role of that super villain bad guy to the max. And at the same time, he was also the greatest good guy ever. Very similar to how America is. You see, in some parts of the world, America is seen as the good guys. In some parts of the world, America is seen as the ultimate bad guys. But nonetheless, that is coincided with the reality of Hulk Hogan, not only in his on-screen life, but also in his life outside of the ring and what he has depicted himself to be as both the good guy and the bad guy in both those contrasting years of his career. Well, now that Hulk Hogan is gone, I think we can speak from an Islamic perspective and say that this life is short. This life is just a journey that passes you by. This guy was the biggest icon during our generation, and quite honestly, one of the most recognizable names and figures that we can remember within our childhood memories. Somewhere down the line, the joys of childhood, the innocence of childhood, got replaced with the ideas of having to pay your bills, having to keep up with your mortgage, on top of the fact that you had to worry about the things that you never had to worry about as an adult. And then you can look at that from the difference between the boomers and how they were able to buy a house for, let's say, less than 100 grand, maybe even 30 grand. And now the very minimum, most houses are $500,000. I'm talking about like decent houses that are one level, maybe 2 rooms. We're talking $500,000 in a good city. That's what you would find. But back in the days, everything seemed good. Everything seemed like, you know what, everything was working. It was the way that it was. Everything that seemed fair is no longer fair in that particular light. That is just the world that we are living in today. Also, if you really want to talk about how innocent times were back then, think about this, right? The Iraq War. 2 different contrasting eras, right? 2003 and 1991. What is the difference? In 1991, you had a clear enemy. Okay, you remember Sergeant Slaughter when he defected to the Iraqis just to fight Hulk Hogan? That was a clear enemy, and it was a clear operation. Go in there, take out the bad guys, this, that, and the other, and then we're out of there. Next thing you know, we're now in an era where, let's say, 2003, right? The Iraq War invasion. What happened? Wasn't so simple, was it? Now you're stuck in there a couple of decades later trying to mitigate all the tribal issues that were going on there. The world got complex. That is the next thing that I'm going to talk to you about. How the world got complex and how the world was simple back then, especially in the days when Hulk Hogan was at his prime. Without having to go through the chronological order of Hulk Hogan's career, the one thing that we can take from that is back then it were much simpler times, and now we're living in more complicated times. His career, his life, the way that he was big during the reality show era of the Jersey Shore and the Kardashians and whatever reality show was going on in the mid-2000s, he embodied all of that. He embodied every single part of that in every generation that he was a part of, but he also embodied the joyness of simpler times in the 80s and 90s and also the complicated times in which he has lived today. And look at the way that he died. I'm going to tell you from an Islamic point of view of understanding life and understanding the trajectory of one's life in this dunya as you transition into the afterlife. It really brings a grim, humble reality to how a lot of people die. You see, many people are making jokes about Hulk Hogan dying right now because of the fact that he was canceled. Now, is it warranted in any kind of way? My answer, I don't know. That's for you to decide. I'm just here as a reporter giving you the news, giving you the content and everything in between. So don't forget to like and subscribe. I hope that I gave you a great monologue regarding Hulk Hogan and how he relates to the generations that have lived through his greatness and that have witnessed it, but also correlating how their life has changed along with Hulk Hogan's life in the era that we are now facing in, as opposed to much happier times than before. With that in mind, don't forget to All right, so we're waiting for the next fight right now. Hope you guys like that video that I had. I play videos in between the live streams, a good way to sort of promote it, because sometimes when you're a smaller channel, all your other videos are not necessarily put out there. So here's another video I wanted to show you guys right here, right? You go on my video section, there is John Jones, UFC versus the UFC, a history of controversy. Check this out right here. And that included the names of George St. Pierre, that included the names of Carlos Condit, even Diego Sanchez. By the way, shout out to Diego Sanchez. He's got his own legal troubles going on right now. I believe he was doing a
Olympic level media training. So watch, I'll show you.
So, yeah, end your life. 29th, he's jailed for violating probation a week earlier. So there it is, a little snippets of those videos. Go check it out, guys. A lot of good stuff in those videos. Hope you guys check it out. Yeah. All right, so Chris Duncan versus Matthias Rebecki. Is that the next fight coming up? No, it's Tresean Gore and Rodolfo Vieira coming up next. 185. All right, so we got a middleweight matchup coming up next right now. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right, all right. Next match, rather, that we got going on. Tresean Gore taking on Rodolfo Viera. I always thought Tresean Gore was short for this weight division, but if he has enough power, knockout power, to move forward and throw some hard shots, he may hurt Rodolfo Viera here, and Rodolfo Viera is a very good jiu-jitsu player. Let's see how that works out for him on this one right here. Everybody that's tapped in right now, don't forget to hit the like and subscribe button because we are covering these live fights for you right now. All right, round one. We got Tresean Gore versus Viera right now, round number one. Just as I suspected, of course, Gore is looking for the power shots in this one. Throwing some hard shots right here. There's a single leg attempt right there by Rodolfo Viera. There it is. Once again, he shoots in once again. Tresean Gore getting shot on again. All right, so Rodolfo seems to be going for the same thing right here. He sees a grappling differential that he's looking to exploit here against Tresean Gore. After all, world-level Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu competitor. And there's another takedown by Viera again, going on a rinse and repeat cycle. Now here's Viera maintaining top position right now. All right, round two coming up. Yeah, obviously a big round for Viera on this one. All right, round number two. Here we go. Every fight starts standing on the feet. Obviously, there's a chance that Gore can knock him out on the feet, but if he doesn't, then Vieira is going to take him down over and over again in that rinse and repeat cycle, as I always mention in MMA. This time, Tresean Gore is looking to stuff these takedowns right here, learning from his mistakes in the previous round. There's a good low kick right there by Gore, or I'm sorry, Viera, trying something new here. There's a head and body straight shot right there by Viera. Just both throwing straight shots at each other right now. All right, 20 seconds left into the second round right now. All right, final round coming up. Mostly been all Rodolfo Vieira so far, right? No one, yeah, but Rodolfo Vieira has really been, taking over this fight, not Tresean Gore, right? Tresean Gore constantly falls for the same takedown routine, but nonetheless, here we go, third and final round. So with this round, a little bit different. They've managed to maintain more of a striking fight. I believe that Rodolfo Vieira at this point is pretty much satisfied with his work that he did in the grappling exchanges, that he's willing to throw hands right now to sort of work on the other stuff that he's been working on, or just to showcase his overall different skill set. Yeah, a lot of vast improvements on his striking. I agree with the commentary of Michael Bisping there. Yeah, I'm surprised too, but I'm sure he'll pop up, or if he doesn't, I mean, again, we never know who these people are behind the scenes, right? You know, but that's really what it is. Like, for example, he says he's a CIA agent, yet he's also 14 years old. So it's kind of, you know, strange. You know what I mean? Like, you don't know what direction these people claim they are. You know, Marty Miller says, yeah, I can't figure him out, but he's pretty funny, though. You know what? He is the quintessential idea of what it means to be anonymous online. So that is the end of the fight right now. I believe that Rodolfo did enough to win this fight, but let us see what the judges say. I believe he got it done, so let's hit the music on this one. Anybody got a different take on who won that one? If you believe that Viera didn't win that one, because, yeah, I certainly believe that Viera won that one easily. The striking, the evolved striking of Viera, and not only that, the grappling maintenance that he was able to control all throughout this fight. Once again, what I would call the rinse and repeat. Once you know that you can take somebody down, whether that would be because of skills differential or maybe just perhaps them getting tired or a combination of both, you know that you're going to be able to rinse and repeat that all throughout the rounds of each fight. So that's exactly what Rodolfo Vieira did. So congratulations to him. On to the next one. All right. Well, there's Ben Smooth Henderson right there making an appearance. Ben Smooth Henderson, giving Rodolfo Vieira some words of advice. I believe he was in his corner, or is he in the corner of the other guy? I'm not sure, but shout out to Ben Henderson. Either way, man, gave us a lot of great memories during the WEC days, during his fights with Anthony Pettis, those were epic. He had some epic fights with Nate Diaz as well, right? Nate Diaz at that time just, I mean, you know, every generation he just could not get it right with taking on these elite guys. But at that time, yeah, Ben Smooth Henderson was the elite guy, and yeah, he took on Nate Diaz as the popular contender, no different than what we see today with popular contenders getting title shots. Yeah, I call cap on that. Marty Miller says, can't believe he used to fight with a toothpick. I call cap on that. I believe that was just part of his whole entire persona. Doesn't mean that he actually really did it. All right, so Marty Miller says Nate's best attributes was his toughness. Yeah, that's one of it. Obviously, he had great jiu-jitsu. He just didn't have the right athletic ability or toughness. I'm sorry, or explosiveness. You can see him with a toothpick in his fights. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe in between the rounds, I got to go check that one out. You can actually see him playing with it during the Diaz fights. Well, man, I tell you what, if there's anybody that can do it, it's probably him, right? We got a Scouser in the house. Nathan Fletcher taking on. Well, there's Paddy right there in the stance. Versus Nakamura. All right, so yeah, Nathan Fletcher is there versus Nakamura, and Paddy makes an appearance as well. So, all right, here we go, man. Round one between these two. Music off for the fights. All right, here we go. Round number one. All right, yeah, Nakamura looks really explosive, man. This is one explosive Japanese fighter right here. But I believe that comes with the territory of being a freestyle wrestler. See, what a lot of people don't realize about wrestlers is that they are some of the most explosive athletes there really is, right? And speaking of explosiveness, it's working in his favor right there. How about that, man? Nakamura gets a knockout out of nowhere. How about that, man? Nakamura gets a knockout out of nowhere. Out of nowhere, Nakamura gets a knockout. That is unbelievable, man. Nakamura gets a knockout out of nowhere. Wow. Wow. Look at this, the liver kick, okay? Liver kick, then gets a ground and pound. Yeah, it was the toes. How about that? Wow, man. Yeah, that was amazing, man. Wow. Oh, wow. Yeah, it is kind of like a knife. It is kind of like a knife. And then what's crazy is that knife crimes are heavy in England, which is crazy to like say, but yeah. Wow, man. Wow, yeah, that was unbelievable, man. Unbelievable. Unbelievable, man. All right, man. So I guess that is the end of the what do you call it? All right, so we'll make it official now. Man, I really wanted to see more out of Fletcher, but that's just how it goes, man. Let me know if you guys seen any of the knockouts tonight, man. That was crazy. All right, let's hear what Nakamura has to say here. All right, no translator needed. He said no wrestling needed, and he says no translators needed. Wow, man. Yeah, that was a really good, devastating kick right there. All right, there it is, ringing Nakamura. All right, guys. So in between these fights, I'm going to show you my John Jones video. Actually, you know what? Let's play the Taporia video.
Meet your wife in Miami.
You can find your wife in any place in the world.
You hear that? Put that on Only in Date on Instagram. You can meet your wife in Miami.
All right, let's
Put it on Only in Date. It's hilarious.
every year. But why are you saying that?
Huh?
Why are you saying that?
Everyone says that.
Because you go to the party and this is the only place
Yeah.
you see. Like you don't know the another part of Miami of people that just they want.
normal.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know.
Best place to work out too, Miami, because you can just walk outside and run the water.
Actually, I met my wife in Miami.
Really?
Yeah.
Now, before I go into the reaction to the sparring video, I would just like to say the Nelk boys are some of the most uneducated YouTubers I have ever seen. Okay, more so than Aiden Ross or Vitali. And the reason why I can't stand them, believe it or not, has nothing to do with the Netanyahu interview, as controversial as that may be. There's a lot of ignorant frat boy, I don't know anything about U.S. foreign policy, naive notions that's being displayed. That's an important factor to understand about this story. Okay, the type of guys that don't know how to read the room is the best way to really put it when it comes to the Nelk boys. Now, it's also important to understand that there are some red pill ideals behind this, very similar to that of Myron Gaines, Andrew Tate, and the things that they espouse. Even though there are some ideological settings I may agree with, there's also other elements that I may not agree with in that. And that's not necessarily the video here to talk about that. But anyways, I will say picking a life partner, okay, in Miami is probably not the best place to start. So that part I sort of understand, okay? Now, Taporia did make a good point that Miami is heavily stereotyped as this place of party animals, when he was just trying to explain to the Nelk boys that Miami has normal people that go to work and go to school on a daily basis. All right. Now, I will say there is a red pill element to this story, okay? A red pill derivative behind it. At the same time, you have to understand the degenerate lifestyles these boys, these Nelk boys come from, will often lead you to a higher cynical sense of the world, okay? Because quite frankly, we don't know anything about Ilia Topuria or his wife, nor do I really care, to be quite honest with you. And I'm going to get to that as well, okay? But once again, it also is indicative of how they may perceive people due to the insane lifestyle that they have going on. Okay, the other element I would like to bring up with this is how loosely fighters put their families out there. I don't like it. I'm going to let George St. Pierre explain this one for you right now, okay? Check out what George has to say on this particular matter at hand.
I might act, a little bit crazy as a result of this.
Ariel, there's a reason why I never put my family and my real private life public. It's because, and I know if someone wants to get to me, it's easy for me. It comes from one ear and it goes out on the other one, and I don't take it personal. But if you try to get to someone that I love, or someone in my family, now it's going to be a different story. So that's why I always try to hide this part of my life, because I am a public person.
There was no.
Here we go, right? The stage is set. Obviously, Ilia Topuria now sparring Steiny, and then he spars the Somalian kid. He kind of plays around with him a little bit. this, that, and the other, trying to show his jiu-jitsu skills, showing that the Somali kid has no skills in that particular department at all. Now here's the leader of the Nelk boys trying his best right here, gets taken down straight away, right into side control position. And keep in mind, this is the guy that asked Ilia Topuria this, right? So he's absolutely going to take this personal. There's a knee on belly right there. He's trying to get up out of that position. There's a Somali kid playing as the coach / referee. Then there's Ilia Topuria right there going for a guillotine choke or a Darce choke right there, chokes him out. But then they start putting on the gloves, right? This is where it gets really interesting, all right? Ilya's kind of playing around with Steiny a little bit. He knows that Steiny is probably the weakest one out of them all, right? Has no defense whatsoever, goes down on the ground without even really getting hit that hard, right? And next thing you know, he's just walking him down easily, turning his back, just indicative of the fact that, hey, you know what? This is not a very experienced fighter to begin with. Now, what about the leader of the Nelk boys? I don't even know his name, right? I don't even know his name, but obviously this is where it gets even more vicious right here. Obviously Steiny's taking off the gloves now. He's like, next guy. He's saying to him, he's like, yeah, don't try to hurt me. All right, here's the leader of the Nelk boys. I'm sorry, I don't know his name, but he has kind of a decent stance going on here, right? So there's a 1-2 shot by Ilia Topuria, and there's a straight shot that brings him down. Look, that right there was done with absolute ill intent, right? Ill intent. So they get right back up again. They do it again. Ilia Topuria going for the body right there, right? Body shot. Straight up another body shot, right? Just to let him know, like, hey, listen, don't be asking me any of these stupid questions or this and that, make assumptions about my wife or this, that, and the other. But at the same time, I got to be honest with you, right? I really don't like when fighters do that. They put their family out there. It's not really that necessary. There's a reason why Khabib doesn't do it. There's a reason why Islam doesn't do it. There's a reason why Khamzat doesn't do it. A lot of people think Khamzat, Islam, and Khabib are all single or whatever, but they're not. They all have kids and family just like everybody else. It just so happens that people like Ilia Topuria, Dustin Poirier, people that come from a Western background, it's just what they do. But when it comes to Muslims, we're a little bit more private than that of the Western counterparts, right? And then here's the Somali kid, the token Muslim kid of the Nelk boys, right? Look how pathetic he looks, man. A pathetic excuse of a man. But on any regards, man, that is all that I have for this one. Please don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you guys in the next one. MMA needs, if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA, shout outs to Kyrie Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man. Fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So
footage from a
I try to believe that everything happens for a reason and that, you know, at the end of the day, God has a plan for me. He has a plan for us all. And so I'm just, you know, I'm just trying to stay optimistic. I feel like I've put in a lot of work to get back to this point, and I feel like I have to reclimb a ladder.
John, I'm just wondering.
Imagine being the greatest of all time and how they decide to call your career quits is in a random city somewhere in Baku, Azerbaijan, and you're not even there to receive a goodbye gift. So that brings me to the question, is Jon Jones the greatest fighter of all time, or is his legacy forever tainted by controversy? Now, this video explores the tumultuous career of the UFC's most dominant champion, analyzing events that have changed his reputation and the future of his reign. So beyond the knockout power, beyond the wrestling, beyond the dominant wins, Jon Jones's career has been a roller coaster of controversy, from failed drug tests to public outbursts. Okay, now this video unveils the dark side of the UFC legend and examines the impact he's had on his own legacy. So Jon Jones went from pretty much a prospect, okay, a prospect and a prodigy to a controversial champion. Okay, Jon Jones's story is one of triumph, turmoil, and constant battles with his own demon. And this video dives into the personal and professional struggles that have defined his career, leaving viewers to decide whether he is a villain or whether he is a hero. Now, obviously, one thing you got to understand about the UFC, right? Nobody is absolutely bigger than the program. Absolutely nobody. After that Azerbaijan announcement by Dana White, all of a sudden, the ball kept rolling. The company keeps rolling. Take a look at this. UFC 319. What do we got? Khamzat and Dricus du Plessis. UFC 320. The guys that are fighting for Jon Jones's belt and the legacy that he leaves behind at 205. Alex Pereira and Ankalaev once again for the second time. In that same card, Merab versus Sandhagen. And on that same card, you have Yuri versus Khalil Roundtree, which, by the way, is keeping the former division that Jon Jones competed in at a stacked, competitive architecture that we are seeing in that division right now. And then how could we forget the replacement of Jon Jones at UFC 321 in Abu Dhabi, where Tom Aspinall sets to take on Cyril Gane. And then, of course, you got Islam Makhachev, who, by the way, took the pound-for-pound #1 ranking from Jon Jones, and that's probably now being contested by him and Ilia Topuria. In other words, the game goes on. It moves on. So how did we get here? Let's start from the very beginning, okay? From the very beginning of Jon Jones's career. All right. So it was on August 8th. Okay. Less than 4 months after his pro debut, Jon takes a 6-0 record into his first octagon fight as a replacement, 2 weeks notice, beating Andre Gusmov by unanimous decision in a prelim bout at UFC 87 in Minneapolis. The main event that night pits George St. Pierre versus John Fitch. By the way, one of the craziest fights that George St. Pierre has ever been. And it's crazy how John Fitch doesn't have the type of name that he does in his post career, but that's neither here or there. You know who else was on that card? Co-main event, Brock Lesnar records his first UFC victory, unanimous decision win against Heath Herring. And that was right before Brock Lesnar had lost to Frank Mir. Okay. So as we move on, okay, December 9th, Jon Jones loses technically. Okay, he was dominating in a bout. Jon Jones is disqualified by referee Mazzagatti for using a 12-6 elbow that hurt Matt Hamill to the point where he cannot continue. Now, much controversy ensues, including UFC president Dana White bitterly slinging insults at the ref. Okay, so 2011. Let's get to 2011, the most exciting parts of Jon Jones's career. Before he wins the world championship against Shogun Rua in New Jersey, he had to help a lady whose purse was being snatched, and only for him to apprehend the culprit and waiting for the police to arrive, right? So that's Jon Jones in a nutshell when it comes to the heroic side of his life, right? So previously unbeaten Ryan Bader at UFC 126, improves to his record 12-1. Immediately afterwards is informed that in just a few months he will be replaced by the injured teammate Rashad Evans in a title fight against Shogun Rua. So what does Jones do? He goes and beats Shogun Rua at age 23. By the way, becoming the youngest UFC champion in history. Now, UFC 128 main event in Newark, New Jersey is actually Jones's second victory of the day. On the morning of the fight, he turned into a superhero. As I told you before, foiled a robbery nearby Patterson. At that time, I remember he was saying that he was out there trying to meditate, right? He was trying to meditate. He was trying to find a waterfall of some sort, right? Doing some, I don't know, some Eastern techniques of meditation, what have you, whatever Greg Jackson had him going on. So he chases down the suspect while his coach were out for a run. Okay. And surprisingly enough, we found out that day that Greg Jackson spoke Spanish because he apparently was communicating with the lady in Spanish, but this, that, and the other. But all right. So the controversy continues on. And by the way, what a great time that was during March of 2011, right? I remember that vividly. And for all my old school guys, for those of you that don't remember, Uriah Faber was also in that card fighting Eddie Wineland, which I believe, by the way, was Uriah Faber's UFC debut, right? At that point, he already had 20 to 30 some odd pro fights, but it was his UFC debut because WEC had been purchased by the UFC. And as a result, they inherited all their rosters. So it became Uriah Faber's first fight in the UFC officially when WEC was brought in. Now, obviously, during that time, I was living in Sacramento, okay? And also, not only living in Sacramento, I was also training and fighting out of Sacramento, if you guys remember. So, yeah, man, had some experience training with Team Alpha Male, had a few amateur kickboxing matches, MMA fights, and here we are coming full circle together. You remember that time Uriah Faber and John Jones were doing the Dougie, if you guys remember that little dance from back in 2011. Now look at young John Jones and Uriah Faber at that time. Oh my goodness, man. What a fun times that was back in the days, right? Really fun times, great times in Team Alpha Male. Obviously, great times for John Jones because it was the time that he had become the undisputed light heavyweight champion of the world, right? And man, it could have been better times. It was absolutely peak times for MMA, especially comparing the world of MMA right now. Talking about literally 2010. Okay, so this picture right here that you're seeing me training at Team Alpha Male, when Team Alpha Male was in I Street, by the way, at downtown Sacramento. Yeah, that was in December of 2010, and then been training there from December 2010 all the way when I had witnessed Uriah Faber get ready for his UFC 128 match in the same matchup that John Jones had won his first light heavyweight undisputed championship of the world. So now, 1 year later from that picture, right? It's now November 24, 2011. John Jones is taken into custody at a parking lot of a strip club in Albuquerque, New Mexico, the city where he lives and trains at. A traffic stop reveals that he had been driving on a suspended license. How about this? Charges were later dropped. Okay, and we're talking about from the time of 2011 to 2014 is a timeline that we're talking about right now, right? But this one right here, where his charges were dropped due to a suspended license, was in 2011, right? You want to know my speculation on that? Here's my speculation on that, right? John Jones at the time was a local hero to Albuquerque, New Mexico. Think about it. He put Albuquerque, New Mexico on the map. He's not from Albuquerque, New Mexico. In fact, it's not even a glamorized city in a way where people from Europe or these fighters from England or Ireland or Australia are breaking their backs to come to New Mexico out of all places when you could train in New York with the Longo team. You could train in Los Angeles with 10th Planet Jiu-Jitsu, along with other top MMA gyms in California, including, of course, Team Alpha Male. But then he goes and puts the city on the map. Now, everybody around the world now, all of a sudden, at this point, was training at Greg Jackson, and that included the names of George St. Pierre, that included the names of Carlos Condit, even Diego Sanchez. By the way, shout out to Diego Sanchez. He's got his own legal troubles going on right now. I believe he was doing a drive-by shooting of some sort. Jeez. Well, okay, so moving on from November 24, 2011, the cops may have given him a little bit of a leeway. So May 19, 2012, John wraps his Bentley around a utility pole in Binghamton, New York, and is taken into custody by the police after refusing a sobriety test. Okay, keep in mind, this is in 2012, just a year after he had won his world championship. So 1 year as a champion, he's already getting into it. He pleads guilty to a DUI, assessed a $1,000 fine, and his license suspended for 6 months. Now, obviously, I don't want to skip way too ahead of myself in this chronological order, but during 2014, Conor McGregor said something to the effect of, "Mates, why don't you just hire a driver? Why don't you just hire a driver or something?" You know what I mean? You know what a lot of Europeans may not understand about American culture is that American culture is a car-driven culture, right? If you've seen in my past live streams, I've showed you guys some lowrider shows. In this live stream, I've showed you guys different types of car clubs that involve California and all throughout across the United States, right? So that's just the culture around here. It's a car culture, and the idea of somebody driving you around is sort of a sense of lacking independence, not so much of a flex of your wealth or anything like that as how the rest of the world may view it. But on any regard, as time goes on, August 8th, 2012, John Jones signs a worldwide sponsorship with Nike, becoming the first UFC fighter to do so. Okay, so August 23rd, 2012, John Jones incurs the wrath of White after declining to accept a short notice replacement bout with Chael Sonnen after he rescheduled an opponent with Dan Henderson. Okay, and then he withdraws. Later on, John and Dan Henderson went on to have a grappling match inside a cage, not in the UFC, but that's neither here or there. Yep, so here it is. Here's the fight that we all wanted to see during that time, but it never happened. And there it is. John Jones doing what he normally does. He goes and he submits him. So what does that tell you? I think that how the matchup would have ended was either John Jones would have kicked him in his face or jabbed him out, or maybe even just submit him the way that he did here. But did we really need to see this fight in the first place? No. But it was a fight where many people were upset because John Jones prevented a lot of them from getting paid. So keep in mind, we're still in the phase of 2012 to 2014, right? If we can follow on, right? So, okay. As a result of that, UFC 151 becomes the first event to have been canceled by the promotion. White verbally attacks Greg Jackson, the coach of John Jones, who had advised him in taking this fight, okay, as a fucking sport of killers, he says, okay? So September 22nd, 2012, after being falsely scheduled for UFC's next pay-per-view event, John Jones is nearly submitted early by Vitor Belfort. Man, that was a crazy fight, right? He had nearly submitted him in the first round, and but ultimately won UFC 152 in the main event via fourth round submission. So again, he finally fights Chael Sonnen, right? Finally gets his date in the cage with John Jones and nearly ends up as the champion. Despite Jones dominating while mauling Sonnen at UFC 159 headline bout, Jones disclosed his big toe was broken, okay? But nonetheless, he was able to finish him in 27 seconds, just ground and pound. Had Sonnen survived the horn, the doctor would have likely not allowed the champ to continue with such a grotesque injury. I mean, the toe looked absolutely horrible, right? So September 23rd, 2013, Jones is taken to the limit for a 5-rounder against Alexander Gustafsson. Okay, now that fight right there was absolutely legendary. And he didn't even train for it, apparently, right? Setting a UFC record for light heavyweights in his 6th title defense. So now we go on to the Daniel Cormier era, okay? Accused of writing homophobic slurs to a Swedish fan on Instagram, Jones said after the quote-unquote homophobic slurs, he said that his phone was stolen and was hacked. In reality, nobody really cares that he said these things. Let's just be honest, right? Nobody really cares. You understand what kind of sport you are in, right? Although others will say otherwise and say, well, you know what? That's not a very good way of making the sport inclusive or this and that. To your opinion, it varies, right? August 14th, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier at a Las Vegas news conference to promote their scheduled title fight. The two ended up brawling in the hotel lobby floor later that day, and they interviewed via split screen. Following the interview, Cormier is heard saying he wished he were allowed to go to where Jon Jones was so he can spit in his face. And Jon Jones responded, you know what? I would absolutely end your life. You know that? So that's where we are now in the Daniel Cormier era of the Jon Jones saga.
Okay, you little fat.
You're a John.
Oh my God, you're so weak.
First off, you hit like a if you even hit me.
Yeah. I hit like a but I didn't hit you. You didn't.
You didn't, because I didn't even feel it.
Oh man.
I felt Melky's punch more than yours, you little fucking punk.
Oh yeah, you're so mad. I can hear it in your voice.
Okay, John. I'm taking everything September 27th.
Oh my goodness. Hey, are you still there?
I'm here.
Yeah.
I'm here. You are just the fakest person. I actually admire that you can actually be this fake. And like when the TV comes on, how you can just change. It's like you're a chameleon.
Hey, listen,
it's
I'm
awesome.
I'm a professional.
It is unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
The fact that you're a hasn't changed.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable how fake you can really be. I don't want to insult you. I don't want to fight and be petty. But John, if you really are really basing anything off of what happened today on that floor, you are an idiot.
Yeah, but how come you ended up being on the floor and on your back?
Because they had all security guards grabbing me.
Oh,
you're the worst, dude. Like seriously. You're the worst, dude. You're the worst. But hey, John, watch, John. I'll be a chameleon just like you. I'll do exactly like you did on this last interview. I won't give him anything. I'll do exactly like you did. Because, I mean, remember, I have Olympic level media training. So watch, I'll show you.
So, yeah, here we are, right? In the Daniel Cormier era of Jon Jones's career. So obviously, yes, Jon Jones appears with Daniel Cormier to promote their scheduled fight. Okay, the two ended up brawling in the lobby. And later that day, obviously, the interview of the split screen right here, that right there that I'm showing you right now is absolutely exclusive footage that Fox Sports did not want to air for absolutely good reasons of monetization or just censorship, right? I mean, okay, so September 23rd, 2014, for his role in the Cormier brawl, Jones is fined $50,000 by the Nevada State Athletic Commission, which also rules that he must put in 40 hours of community service. So what happens? January 3rd, 2015, Jones and Cormier finally fight. Jones controls the UFC 182 main event from the start to finish, and he earns a unanimous decision victory over that, okay? So one day after that win, okay, by the way, we're maybe skipping around right here because that's the second time around that him and Daniel Cormier had fought, right? But before all that, before this head kick, okay, just one day after being featured on the Forbes magazine of 30 under 30 list on the brightest young stars in the sports, Jones is seen with his public image take a jolt when the Nevada State Athletic Commission reveals that he had tested positive for the main metabolite in the cocaine prior to the Cormier fight. Jones announced that he had checked into the rehab. The drug test occurred a full 30 days before UFC 182. And because it's cocaine, it's not on the list of banned substance while out of competition. The fight was allowed to go on. So January 7, 2015, Jones checks into a rehab facility in Albuquerque, New Mexico, okay, after just one night. September I'm sorry, January 17, 2015. From January 7th to January 17, 2015, Jones was fined $25,000 for violating the athletic code of conduct policy for a failed drug test. January of 2019, Jones is involved in a hit and run, hit and run injuries with a pregnant woman and other vehicles. So what does Jones do? He turns himself into the police hours, initially fleeing the scene. Okay, so John Jones at that time has already been stripped of his championship, suspended indefinitely by the UFC. September 29th, 2015, pleads guilty of leaving the scene of an accident involving an injury, sentenced to 18 months of supervised probation. 23rd of October, 2015, UFC reinstates Jones in the active roster. All right. Well, we are absolutely back now for the next fight that we're going to react to. Here we go. Silva versus Vallejos. I know, ready into the main card. Ridwan says this card is taking too long. The card started at 11 p.m. in Nigeria. It's 2 a.m. right now. I'm having a serious headache. Damn, man. A shout out to everybody from Nigeria that's tapping in. We got some people in Nigeria tapping in right now. Thank you, my man. Don't forget to hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and let everybody know. Meanwhile, here we go. Round number 1 between Silva and Vallejos starting right now. All right, now round number 1. Leg kick by Vallejos. And then there's Silva in the green right now. Oh, good overhand right by Vallejos. There's a single leg attempt right there by Vallejos as he's moving forward, throwing some real hard shots towards Silva. Shout out to all the hardcore international fight fans around the world that is watching this around the world right now. A lot of people are saying, you know what, this card really isn't that big, and it's not. But you know what? There are the local, the loyal hardcores that are out there, and they are tapping in with me right here, no matter how small or big they are. First card, main fight. First main card fight, rather, out of 6 fights in the main card. They do drag on because here's the thing, Marty Miller. Here's how the TV segment is decompartmentalized into the UFC's ESPN system, right? I want you to think of it like this. For every fight, they invest 30 minutes. So there's 15 minutes in the total of the actual fight, but then they have 30 minutes of broadcasting for each of those fights, each of those single fights in that card. So I want you to think about that, right? So if a knockout happens, what happens is that they just go into, let's say, more commercials and more commercials until they fill in that particular time segment that is fragmented for that time. So I hope that explains it. I'm gonna stamp that right there in a time slot. So there it is, officially right into the time slot that I had mentioned here. What are your thoughts on John Jones's push kick to the knee? You know what? That's a very good technique. Where John Jones learned that was from Bruce Lee with the Jeet Kune Do style, in which, all right, the first thing that is there, you throw it. So, for example, if you see, let's say, an upward jab, right, which is very unorthodox but works because it's just, a nice sudden movement you could just throw right in there, boom, nice jab, boom, right in there, and then that little front kick, which, by the way, right there it is. Silva just threw it at Vallejos right now, just right after Vallejos, or just right after Silva was able to put a body kick on him. So it's very effective because it's near, it's close, and not a lot of people train for it in terms of mitigating danger away from it. So yeah, that's my thoughts on it. Yeah, not a lot of people use it either. Yeah, and it is extremely effective. So here we go, round number 3. Round number 2, sorry. Round number 2. Yeah, so second round to be clarified and clear. Okay, there's a nice little combination right there by Silva. Okay, there's a nice push kick right there by Vallejos. Oh, there's a nice body shot right there by Vallejos. All right, somebody in the crowd is yelling distinctly, Chino. I guess they're saying to Vallejos. Oh, man, good elbow right there in the exchange out of the pocket right there. All right, there's a good 1-2 shot right there. Okay, there's Silva trying to go for a takedown right there. The corner of Dan Silva is saying that Vallejos is stuck in wind right now. Is that true? Or is it just a way to rally him up to get him going? .147, 146 left into the second round right now. Okay, there's Vallejos shooting in. And he gets the double leg takedown as he is pushing Silva right up against the fence right now. We have now just approached 5 hours into this live streaming right now. Man, you know, I put in the work, guys. With that alone, give me a like and subscribe on that one. Just coming in here, providing coverage for you guys. And of course, to my own self, what do you call it? Improvement as well, obviously, right? Like we all try to create self improvements for ourselves. But on any regard, yeah, man, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. Here we are, 30 seconds left into the second round as I am covering the fight between Vallejos and Silva in the featherweight division, UFC Apex, August 2nd, 2025. And there it is, still going for that oblique kick right there, as me and Marty Miller have mentioned earlier right there. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Vallejos. And that is the end of the second round. We are now going into the third round. It's going to be a very exciting third round here. You never know where this fight is going to pick up, how it's going to go. Is Vallejos going to continue his takedown, relentless pressure and attempts that he's going for, or is Silva going to outstrike him? Okay, there's Silva. Real good use of his footwork, circling right around Vallejos, right? Like as if he notices an angle that he is seeing a blind spot in which Vallejos is not responding to. Okay, there it is, back into the clinch position right here with 4:30 left into this third round. Okay, there's another takedown right there by Vallejos. Now, if there's anything that Vallejos has going for him in this fight is the wrestling, which, by the way, is the reason why I would have him up at this fight right now at this point of the contest. Somebody's corner is calling for body shots. Ooh. Okay, there's a front kick right there by Vallejos. There's Silva sort of daring him to hit him. Oh man, there's some landed shots right there by Vallejos. Now they're throwing down at each other right now. Doing a little Max Holloway style, putting your 10 toes down type of style. Wow, look at Silva really trying to counter all of these shots, trying to slip his head. We're just 2 minutes left into this third round right now. He said with his heart in his sleeve right now. Yeah. Best description of it. Oh, there's a good knee right there in the tie plum position from Silva. Total significant strikes, round one, Silva 12. Oh man, yeah, that went too fast. Was not able to read it. 1 minute left now, 60 seconds. Oh, there's Silva using some good head movement right there. Wow, man, yeah, Silva, really good movement here. Pointing down, Max Holloway style. Oh, there's a good 1-2 shot. Right, and that is the end of the fight right there. All right, we'll be right back and find out who won this fight. Probation a week earlier, he was cited by the police of 5 charges related to drag racing, and a footage from a police body camera captured John Jones calling a police officer an effing liar and a pig. Okay, so shout out to John Jones for that. I know a thing or two about that. March 2016, parole violation. Jones is ordered to take anger management and driver improvement classes. April 23rd, 2016, Jones returns to competition after 15 months of absence, defeats Ovince St. Preux via unanimous decision to capture the light heavyweight belt. Okay, so what's interesting about that, many people were citing at the fact that, hey, you know what, maybe John Jones is not the same guy anymore, right? Maybe he's not the same guy considering the fact that he had gone to a decision in the way that he did against Ovince St. Preux. So Jones is pulled from a scheduled 200 UFC rematch with Daniel Cormier after being flagged by USADA for potential All right. So in a matter of seconds, we're going to find out who the winner is of this contest between Vallejos and Silva. Let's find out who the winner is in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And the winner of this contest between Vallejos and Silva is, let's see, 29-28, 30-27, 30-27. Unanimous decision. Wow. Vallejos wins this one by unanimous decision. Yeah, look, I think the wrestling is what ultimately won this fight for Kevin Vallejos here, right? Great head movement by Silva, great striking, but striking is not what always wins fights, and that's proof right there. You need a little bit of wrestling to get in there and win, and he didn't do that tonight. So shout out to Kevin Vallejos on that one. All right, back to the John Jones video until the next fight. At least I could keep you guys a little bit entertained just right before each of the bout, unlike this long, drawn-out thing that we had talked about. By the way, check out the timestamps below for all the best moments and all the interesting topics that we bring up. I always document it. Welcome to the live stream documentary. All right, here we go. So July 7th, Jones holds a press conference in Las Vegas, denies the cheating, okay, and announces that he will appeal the failed test. Okay, being labeled a cheat, he says, tearful, John Jones hurts me more than anything. I've been through a lot in my career, pretty much. So, yeah. All of a sudden, okay, November 16th, 1 week after hearing Jones is issued a 1-year ban from USADA failed drug test, the hearing had revealed that the substance for which John Jones tested positive were clomiphene and letrozole metabolites found in tadalafil. By the way, okay, I need you to read that right there because I'm not reading that part right there. Okay, now make of that as you will, whatever reason he had to do that. So Jones, once again, stripped of his interim title by the UFC, making him the first champion to be stripped twice. December 16th. By the way, this was during the time that Conor McGregor was beating the crap out of everybody, right? I mean, he went from Nate Diaz and then goes into Eddie Alvarez. Now he's going into a fight with Floyd Mayweather. Okay, that's where this was during this time, right? So after 1 year of suspension he received from USADA, he comes back July 29, 2017. By the way, a couple of months before what I believe is to be the Floyd Mayweather-McGregor fight, after a 15-month absence from the cage, Jones finally meets Cormier again, connects with a devastating head kick to score a third-round knockout to regain the light heavyweight championship of the world. Okay? So
imagine being able to build an app with your name on it just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform. Describe what you want and watch it take shape. You can plan, customize, and expand in any direction. From tools built for one to platforms ready for many. From passion projects to enterprise-grade systems. Everything is built in and ready to launch. It's a new world of creation, where you can go as far as your imagination takes you. Can you imagine it? Let's make your dream a reality right now.
After that win, Jones reacts to reclaiming the UFC light heavyweight championship after defeating Daniel Cormier. But guess what? Guess what happens? Jones is notified of a potential violation of UFC's anti-doping policy stemming from a drug screening of July 28th, 1 day before the UFC 214 rematch with Cormier. Anabolic steroids Turinabol was found in his system in a test administered by USADA. So the California State Athletic Commission overturns Jones' win over Cormier, ruling the bout a no contest, and once again, Jones being stripped of his title. Okay. So in September 2018, by the way, just about a couple of weeks before Khabib and Conor McGregor were going to fight each other at UFC 229, USADA announced that after an appeal process, it was assessed to Jon Jones at a 15-month suspension retroactive to June 28th to 17th. He was deemed eligible to fight again on October 28th. So what does he do? He goes in there with a rematch against Alexander Gustafsson. What happens in an Alexander Gustafsson fight? Well, take a look at this.
And Gustafsson, the super fight between the women, Nunes and Cyborg, and we're moving it from Las Vegas to the Forum in LA. Tickets will go on sale Wednesday, and people who bought tickets here in Las Vegas can get a full refund, and we'll figure out how to get you seated in LA if you're interested in moving to LA to watch the fight. I'll turn it over to Jeff to explain what's going on.
We were informed earlier this week by the United States Anti-Doping Agency, who administers our anti-doping program, that a urine sample collected from Jon Jones on December 9th of this year tested positive for a very, very small amount of a long-term metabolite of the same prohibited substance for which he was sanctioned in July 2017.
So just like that, they decide they were going to move the fight down to LA. Okay, very unprecedented. Relocated from Las Vegas to LA, okay, after a random drug test discovers a trace amount of anabolic steroids for which he was banned last year. Okay, USADA declares that Jon Jones was not at fault, but he is able to be licensed in Nevada in time for Saturday's fight. So they had to move based on that. Unprecedented, never happened before. 2018, Jones is drug tested on the day of the weigh-ins and trace amount of Turinabol, same steroid metabolic that earned him the ban. Okay. On the 29th, Jones dominant all the way against Gustafsson, third round TKO once again, becoming the UFC light heavyweight champion of the world. Jones passes multiple drug tests. After that, in 2019, Dana White tells TMZ that Jones will file a license application with Nevada later that month. And if granted a license, he will defend his belt against Anthony Smith. Okay, so Jones granted a one-fight license that subjects him to the testing that will keep him eligible even if he tests positive for the same bad substance as long as it's in the same picogram levels. Now, that created a lot of controversy during that time, okay? The debates of picograms, this, that, and the other. And the next thing you know, February 19th, every week, maybe twice a week, someone is at my house taking blood and urine. A lot of people at the time were really complaining about the USADA, right? Just being very invasive and just, not really respecting the privacy of the fighters. So Jones goes to a unanimous decision win over Anthony Smith. Obviously, a scary moment in round 4 where Jones lands a knee to his face, which was granted illegal, and referee Herb Dean deducts 2 points. Had Smith been unable to continue, man, Jon Jones would have lost his belt right there. April 19, 2019, a waitress at the Albuquerque club, okay, you've seen right there what kind of club it is, alleges to the police that Jon Jones denied a private dance, was roughhousing with her, put her in a chokehold, kissed her on her neck, and what? Wow. Okay, so that's crazy. That right there is something that not a lot of people have really talked about, but kind of reveals Jon Jones in a different way. So after that, Jones fights Thiago Santos, gets a split decision. Many people thought Thiago Santos won that fight, but that's neither here or there. So this is at the phase right now where him and Izzy start fighting, right? Jon Jones reports to have had battery stemming from April in that club, failed to appear for a bond arraignment in June, prompting a bench warrant to be issued. Jones tells the station that he was unaware of the charge and that once he was told, Jones went to court and paid the bond. Now, him and Izzy got into this beef. For those of you that don't know, obviously, Izzy at the time was hot in 2018, 2019, and even in 2020, up until, of course, he fought Jan Blachowicz, right? Which sort of ended the notion that perhaps maybe Izzy can compete at 205 or somehow fight Jon Jones or maybe replace Jon Jones, because after all, this is a business where you can be easily replaced at any given time, right? So now we are in the era of him and
and Izzy, you know, sort of fighting with each other, right? So, all right. They respond to each other, okay, talking about, oh, you're a delusional kid. You know, you don't want to mess with a beast like me. I'll expose you. This back and forth that they have going on. They later went on to become friends. Obviously, they had met up and obviously made up.
They want to fight me. I'm middleweight, but then I responded back, and then we had beef. And then for a few years, it was like that. Then after I fought Costa, it went really deep. And then that was a fight. That was around the time it could have happened. But I don't know what happened, scheduling, COVID reasons, whatever. And I fought Jan. But yeah. Real recognize real, I put it that way. The fan, so and then
so there it was, just like the Tom Aspinall fight, a fight that never happened, a fight that probably we didn't need, and some will argue Tom Aspinall is needed to solidify his history. But on the other end of that, I just look at it like, man, people want to see Jon Jones lose because of all these things that have happened to him, right? So, all right. Going back to October 15, 2019, Jones pleads a no contest to a reduced charge of a disorderly conduct for his behavior at the strip club. Under the terms of the plea deal, if Jones is not arrested to have found violated the law in the next 90 days, the case will be dismissed. There have been no violations reported since, and the case does not appear on Jones's record. November 2019, UFC President Dana White confirms Dominic Cruz will be up next. They fight in February 2020. It was one of Dominic Reyes's best performances. Okay, and then after that, he had gone on to lose one fight after another, right? It was like a Jon Jones curse type of thing until eventually Dominic Reyes got a win. Okay, after he got that win, then he's sort of back to where he needed to be. But it was one of those fights that right, the fight is on right now. Here we go. Neil Magny versus Dos Santos. Round number 1 is about to start. There's Neil Magny right now. All right, so here we go. 30 seconds into round number 1 so far. Okay, there's a knee to the body by Neil Magny right there. 1-2 shot by Dos Santos. Yeah, hey, Marty, shout out to you on that, right? It shows that you're not a hater and you're also a fan of greatness, sort of like what we witnessed in the Jordan era, or you could even say the Hulk Hogan era during the days of Andre the Giant, or you could even say the days of Tom Brady when he was winning Super Bowls in one of his last seasons, sort of that type of thing, right? You're a fan of greatness, right? You recognize that he's a flawed human being, but at the same time, you also want to see him continue the greatness that he has paved the way in which nobody else has. And that just shows that you're, you're not only a considerate person, but also, a very understanding person in terms of what is good for the business. So, and my man said exactly spot on. Yeah, that's right. And speaking of spot on, Dos Santos is trying to look for a spot on situation in which he's trying to be dominant in these wrestling exchanges. Now, right on top of Magny in the cage. Now they're trying to break away each other from the cage, having a stand-up clinch position right now, over-unders. 11 Bravo says, yeah, very immature of you. Banned.
Oh no, I wrote banned. All right, so here's Dos Santos now looking for a trip position. No, you didn't miss anything that I had said. The commercial, let me tell you, I am notified when the commercial comes on, so I just say very little or nothing at all when the commercial comes on. But, you know, hey, a good problem to have, you know what I mean? A big channel problem to have, I suppose, right? You know what I mean? But yeah. Meanwhile, this is not a good problem to have for Neil Magny getting out grappled in these positions with Dos Santos right now. All right, we just got about 20 seconds left to go in the first round right now. So far, I give round number 1 to Dos Santos. And at the end of the first round, Dos Santos gets a takedown to solidify round. Yeah, round number 1, he solidifies it for me. All right, man. Moving on to round number 2 pretty soon here. Marty, round 1, I'm going to give it to Dos Santos. And yeah, round 1, I'm going to give to Dos Santos. As for round 2, maybe the same because Dos Santos is right back on top position once again, on full guard position, and Neil Magny very early on, just less than 30 seconds into the second round. Yeah. Keep in mind, less than 30 seconds already has top control position right away. What is this? It looks like someone's going for a knee bar here, and it is Dos Santos.
Do you guys agree that Neil Magny lost round number 1 to Dos Santos? Let me know in the comment section below. All right, Neil Magny still laying on his back right now, not really doing much here. That's a good point by Michael Bisping, right? You know, by using elbows right off your back. And unfortunately, Neil Magny is not doing that. So right now, we are in the half guard position of Dos Santos remaining on top, trying to improve his position once again, while Magny is left defending all of these takedown scrambling exchanges that they have going on with just under 2 minutes left into the second round. Now they are getting right back up. It looks like Dos Santos has the body lock on Neil Magny while trying to put him in a tripped up position. All right, there it is. There's a takedown from Neil Magny right there. Hold on now. Did Neil Magny just hurt Dos Santos right now? Wow. What a sudden turn of events. Yeah, Miller says that's what we talked about last week. I'm surprised guys don't strike more from their back. You know what it is? Sometimes it is the detriment of the top man's control. You see, oftentimes the reason why we see guys so successful on a top position is because, yeah, they just do it better than everyone else. He said, like I said, I have a buddy that is extremely good at it, but practices for it. Says especially effective now that they have 12-6 elbows. And there is Neil Magny right now with a TKO win, mounting him right on the back and then just TKOing him. Shout out to Neil Magny for that win right there. Yeah, man. Shout out to Neil Magny for that win right there, man. Marty Miller says, let's go, man. I know, man. That was awesome, man. Great comeback by Neil Magny, too, man. Dude, he was losing that fight. You and I know he was losing that fight. In fact, when he did win, I managed to make a video about it. Well, check this out. I was in LA right behind Universal Studios, and I was in a hotel, and I had just reacted to Dominic Reyes finally winning after losing that fight to Jon Jones, in which he should have won. This is what I had to say about it. Dominic Reyes finally get a victory over Dustin Jacoby. A long time coming, I got to be honest with you. We've known or thought that Jon Jones was defeated by Dominic Reyes, probably one of the hardest fights of his career. Afterwards, Dominic Reyes went on to lose to a whole bunch of contenders and future champions, and as a result, never got the full credit that he truly deserved. So as a result, here he is tonight, finally getting sort of a redemption in his career. Obviously, we've known that Dominic Reyes is capable of a lot more. However, the losing streak that he had going on, I think, was really detrimental to his career. But tonight, he finally proved that, you know what? I can go out there and show the world what I'm really made of. Not by fluke mistakes, not by the judges' scorecards, and not necessarily anything that has anything to do with anything that was outside of his control, but rather showing that he was in full control and in full swing of things with the first round TKO victory that he has over Dustin Jacoby, as I'm witnessing it right now, while he is right now being interviewed by Paul Felder as we speak. But not only that, I think we also have to understand that when it comes to this game, there are mountains and valleys and peaks. In other words, you have the highest high and the lowest lows when it comes to wins and losses. You also have a lot of 50-50 matchups where in MMA, everything is a total 50-50 coin toss. And many of those coin tosses that he's experienced, unfortunately, was not in his favor. Dominic Reyes has had his own redemption story, but in a form of competition. Now, as for Jon Jones, his form of struggles didn't exactly happen in the cage. It was everything outside of the cage where he was taking L's. Okay, so obviously he retains that title back in February 2020 with a controversy. It's a unanimous decision, but the reaction to the fans suggests that Dominic Reyes had deserved that win. Now, Dana White says after the bout that Reyes deserves a rematch, but that was put in doubt a week later when Jan Blachowicz scores a first-round KO of Corey Anderson. But if you remember, Corey Anderson was hot at that time, right? Jones was in attendance, talked about how impressed he was of Jan Blachowicz and how he could see the UFC matching them up. So March 2020, okay, he's arrested again for alleged DWI, negligent of use of a firearms, among other charges. 5 days later, Jones agrees to a plea deal, guilty to a DWI, and is fined in order to perform community service, put on probation, and other charges were dropped. May of 2020, Jones donates $25,000 to a food depot, okay, during the time of COVID. May of 2020, Jones indicates that the fight he wants is not another light heavyweight title defense, but rather a heavyweight bout with Francis Ngannou. And that's when the Predator tweets at Jon Jones and replies to him, "All power means nothing when your haymakers are too slow." Okay, so yes, this was a fight that was supposed to happen between them, but obviously the politics sort of prevented that from happening. Have met with each other several times, right? Obviously, this was the second time around that they had met with each other. And I believe there was, first encounter. It was all in the PFL. So this was in the PFL and the other one was in the PFL as well. Or I believe this was in a boxing match. I'm not quite sure. But I know the first one, okay, the cage is right behind him. So yeah, it was a PFL fight. And the first one was a PFL fight once again as well. Jon Jones sizing up Francis Ngannou, feeling him up, saying to him, "Hey, you listen, all the best, all the best. You know what? One day we'll fight, but you crossed the street to the other side of the promotion, and that is that, unfortunately." So, okay, unwilling to pay Francis more money for the super fight, Jones hints that he is walking away from the sport. and it's been fun. You guys, maybe I'll see you in a year or two, threatening retirement around that time. So upon hearing UFC president Dana White claiming he's been asking for too much to fight Ngannou, he wants to be paid Deontay Wilder money. Jones had a fiery response on Twitter saying, I don't make half as much as what Deontay Wilder makes. If my reputation causes to undervalue me this much, just go ahead and release me from the UFC altogether. I'm sure some promoter somewhere will be fine and happy to pick me up. Okay, so although he does not make it official, Jones indicates that he is surrendering his 205 belt, okay, and Reyes and Yan for the UFC light heavyweight belt for the world. As of right now, I got nothing to really gain from fighting either of them, according to John Jones. And this was around May 31st, 2020, right? So he wants to set up a fight with him and Izzy one day, but obviously that never happened. Jones announces on Twitter, August of 2020, that he's vacating his belt. Hours later, again, Jones writes that he had really a positive conversation with the UFC and sounds like the negotiation. So back in 2020 sounds a lot like the Tom Aspinall situation, isn't it? Very much similar to that effect. So obviously after he had beaten Cyril Gane, okay, now we're in the Tom Aspinall era of John Jones's life, even though they've never really officially had fought each other. Okay, so in May of 2021, Jones announces on social media he had hired a veteran of the boxing promoting game, Richard Schaefer, former CEO of Golden Boy Promotions, as a representative. This move was seen as a step towards possibly ending John Jones's contractual impasses with the UFC. We all saw how that went out, okay? So Jones's 2013 title defense back and forth goes into the UFC Hall of Fame. Okay, back in 2021, hours after the Hall of Fame, guess what happened to Jones? He's charged with a misdemeanor and tampering with a vehicle, a felony. Asked about his arrest, UFC President Dana White says this guy's got a lot of demons, man. A lot of demons. Definitely does, right? And obviously, before we get to the Tom Aspinall part of his story, here's John Jones again with another troublesome situation with the. So as we're watching the body cam footage of the Metropolitan Police Department of the Las Vegas PD right now, John Jones being handcuffed, okay, has his head right on the hood of the car, probably about to, bash his head into the car. But on any regard, yes, look, this kind of goes into the Tom Aspinall situation that I'm talking about, right? Why is it that people are obsessed with seeing John Jones somehow lose to Tom Aspinall? Well, this is why. This is why. Okay, he's the greatest of all time. He didn't get the send-off the way that Dustin Poirier did. And he's right here embarrassing himself with another embarrassing situation. And you know what? I think a lot of UFC fans want to see redemption. But like I said before, right? Yes, is it possible that Tom Aspinall can beat him? But it's only John Jones that can decide whether he wants to go in there and fight this man or not. And therefore, what if Tom Aspinall can't beat John Jones? Then if that's the case, guess what? There is no redemption story or this karmatic story that people want to see out of John Jones, but that's just really the reality of it. So obviously, right after that arrest in September 2021, John Jones posts an Instagram story of a video of him lifting weights, along with a capture that reads, I have way too much trauma to consume alcohol. My brain simply can't handle it anymore. I will leave alcohol in the past forever. Okay, so now on October 2021, Jones is banned for a long time from his longtime training facility at Greg Jackson because of this incident that happened in Las Vegas. Okay, 2015, Jones posted on Twitter a video of him working out at Fight Ready MMA, the training home of Henry Cejudo in Scottsdale, Arizona. Okay, the caption says, turning lemons into lemonades, ladies and gentlemen. 21, a domestic battery charge is dropped by Las Vegas court after Jones agrees to plead a nolo contendere to misdemeanor charge of destroying a property of another. John Jones is ordered to pay restitution for damaging a police vehicle and attend anger management classes. So then April 22nd, 2022, April 26, 2022, the advisor, Richard Schaefer, tells ESPN that the UFC asked John Jones to fight former former heavyweight champion Stipe Miocic in July, after Jones tweets Stipe is saying that they will be at his absolute peak in September. Now, I'm disappointed but patient. I wanted the heavyweight GOAT at his absolute best, according to Jon Jones. By the way, they were scheduled to fight years ago in Detroit when Stipe was world champion, but obviously it never happened. August 2022, asked by Twitter, the follower of an update for the Miocic fight, and addresses that also a possibility of meeting Francis Ngannou. Now, I've been hearing whispers in November, but honestly, I had no clue. Been hearing Francis could possibly be back on the table. Okay, so that's according to those reports. So yeah, man. So okay, this is still haunting Jon Jones, right? The whole thing that had happened to him in Las Vegas, right? So okay, UFC heavyweight Cyril Gane tweets, "Where are you at, Jon Jones? I'm free this March." Okay, so the UFC announces that Jones will make his heavyweight debut against Gane on March 4th, 285. Okay, and what happened afterwards, right? Obviously, Francis Ngannou got stripped right after Cyril Gane had been beaten by Francis Ngannou in a unanimous decision. So Jones only needed 2 minutes and 4 seconds to defeat Gane by guillotine choke, okay? Now, the UFC announced that he will defend against Stipe Miocic in 2023. In October 2023, Jones and Miocic have been canceled, and Jones tears a pectoral tendon off his bone in training, according to UFC President Dana White. So Crystal Martinez, a drug testing agent from the Free Drug Sport International, files a police report saying that Jon Jones in his home in New Mexico, in which he alleges that Jon Jones had assaulted and threatened to kill her during a visit to his home to collect a urine sample as part of UFC's anti-doping program. Wow. Wow. Okay. Now, I want you to keep in mind, all of this is just nothing more than speculation, okay? The Albuquerque Police Department issues Jon Jones a summoning citing alleged assault and interference with communication. Jon Jones responds via X, saying that in part, I was caught off guard by unprofessionalism and protocol by one of the testers, which caused frustration, leading me to some profanity that I regret. However, I want to emphasize that at no point did I threaten anyone, get in anyone's face, raise my voice to anyone, or engage in any form of assaults. You know what? There's a part of me that believes Jon Jones in this, right? There's a part of me that absolutely believes Jon Jones did not do this, because there's a lot of people that complain about drug testers that are very invasive.
Test results. So
for which athletes?
Unnamed. As
which
far
sports?
As, they wouldn't say. They just said like Olympic level athletes and elite athletes, and kept it very vague.
Really?
And essentially, they disclosed what they had tested positive for, and even that one of them was an Olympic caliber athlete, and their entire career they got to go until retirement without getting exposed, just because they helped USADA supposedly catch other people. And they were basically...
Well, there you have it, man. Not just USADA, but other drug testing agents have had a long history of corruption, right? I mean, you could go back to VADA, I believe, as well, with Devin Haney. But that's neither here or there. That's a controversial topic for another time and another place, and unknown to anyone about the full information or the extent of that corruption. But on any regard, yeah, so we're now in... All right, so round one between Cornolle and Rosa. Very aggressive start, by the way, might I add. French Muay Thai fighter. Good leg kicks right there. Marty Miller says, shout out to the OGs. That's right. Over that win from Neil Magny, huh? How about Neil Magny still doing the dang thing? The OGs out here still winning. Good clinch positions right here by Rosa. All right, good leg kicks right there by Rosa Cornolle. There's another one. More leg kicks. Yeah, Michael Bisping is right. They both are very flat-footed in the way that they approach their fighting style. All right, Rosa maintaining this clinch position right now. Ten seconds left in the first round. All right, decent fight. Decent fight, no hate. Decent fight. I'm going to probably have to give that one to Rosa, round one. Let me know what you guys think. All right, and you guys are back from the commercial. Oh, and there's a takedown right there by Cornolle. All right, staying in a half guard position right now. All right, so Rosa still maintaining this half guard position on top right now. All right, still maintaining the top position right now. Yeah, I think it's a horrible card placing for Neil Magny, right? But you know what? At least he got his fight out of the way for the night. Yeah, that is all that Cornolle is doing right now, just too content with being on the back. Meanwhile, what is going on with Rosa is she's scoring points, and not only that, advancing positions. Speaking of advanced positions, here it is, arm triangle position that she is going for in the mount position right here. All right, really looking to get submission finish on this one. She's in mount position, looking for maybe a front Ezekiel choke of some sort. All right, now maintaining this full guard position right now and just raining shots on top. "40 seconds left into the second round right now. Okay, she's looking for a neck crank right here. With 29 seconds left, looking for a neck crank, then goes into, she's looking for the choke. She's going to get it. It's a matter of time before she gets it. She's going to get this submission right here. No, she actually escapes. But then she's going to go for it again. She's going to keep going for it. She knows that it's there. She knows that it's there. Okay, but yeah, she's gonna survive the round actually on this one. All right, and that is the end of the second round right there. So in round 3, it's just one and the same. Right now, she is right on top once again, this time in a half guard position with 407, 406 into the third round right now, the final round of this fight. Yeah, just really the same right here in the third round, maintaining this half guard position right on the top right here. All right, so still maintaining the top position. Yeah, Rosa won this fight hands down already. There's no doubt about it. Yeah, Rosa definitely won this fight hands down, maintaining the half guard position on the top right now. All right, so by this point right now, yeah, Rosa is maintaining top control position. I think the top control is ultimately the story of this fight. It is a reason why she won this fight, and right here, finishing the last 30 seconds in mount position right now, was constantly looking for submissions, constantly going for ground and pounds, was constantly threatening with submission attempts, with rear naked chokes and all types of arm triangle chokes in mount positions, and then continuing to threaten all the way up until the very last second of the fight. And she was just ground and pounding and just drumming her head in all the way to the distance. And ultimately, Rosa is the one who had won this one by decision. To a pair of misdemeanor charges stemming from March during a drug incident at his home, and Albuquerque judge rules that he can remain free pending trial. October 29, 2024, on the morning trial to begin, Jones agrees to instead attend 4 hours of anger management classes. If he completes the classes, he does not violate any of the laws for 90 days. The misdemeanor charges will be dropped. So here we are. Now we got Jones finally fighting Stipe Miocic at UFC 309. Okay. During this time of UFC 309, I had made a video of Tom Aspinall's dad talking about how he never had a plan B, okay? And the reason why it was important to emphasize that video is because of the struggles that Tom Aspinall had came from, right? Just the struggles that he had. Imagine this guy, okay, who we never thought would be anything in the heavyweight division, especially after the way that he had lost to Curtis Blades, is all of a sudden the guy that everybody is pitting to dethrone Jon Jones and to knock him off his pedestal, and more importantly, the guy that is supposed to be the one to humble him. Check this video out right here. 8 months ago, from the time I'm recording this, I made it. Whenever you are trying to reach for glory, you can't have a plan B. You want to know why? It does nothing but distract you. And not only that, it's going to make you go at it half-ass, and it's just not the way to go, is it? Well, guess what? We're going to talk about Tom Aspinall's dad and the reason why he didn't have a plan B when he decided he was going to put all his eggs in one basket to try and reach for heavyweight glory in something that he's recognized in his son early on. Now, obviously, this weekend, in the time that this is being recorded, Tom Aspinall was on his way to New York to watch Jon Jones taking on Stipe Miocic. Obviously, a fight that really serves a lot of interest in his corner. He's the interim champion. Jon is the linear champion right now. That is, if you don't count Francis Ngannou and his contract negotiation issues with the UFC that ultimately led him to departure. But either way, it was a very important matchup for Jon Jones and Stipe and Tom Aspinall as well. Now, at this point, we're sort of delving into the twilight years of John Jones's moments in the octagon, right? So now we go back to Thailand, okay? After he gets that win at UFC 309, a one-sided beatdown of Stipe Miocic, who, by the way, was 42 at the time, first time competing in 3.5 years, and John defeats him, and a lackluster two-time former world champion in a third-round TKO for his first heavyweight title defense. Now, at this point, John said, you know what? I fought in front of my president. I fought in front of everybody in New York. I fought in my home state that I'm originally from. This is the best way to go out. So next thing you know, here comes the springtime, okay? Not too long ago, a couple of months by the summer of which this is being recorded, okay, of 2025, while in Thailand, he goes and coaches against Nate Diaz in the Ultimate Fighter-like TV show called ALF Global Reality, where John Jones engages fans online who accuse him of ducking Tom Aspinall and are calling him to be stripped of the heavyweight title. Now, Jones has not defended his belt since November at that time and has only had one other fight since 2020. He says, y'all barking up the wrong tree. John wrote this on Twitter. I told you UFC's plans long time ago. I have no clue why they haven't shared any of that with you guys. Now, why is it that the UFC never shared that? Obviously, there could have been a multitude of reasons. Perhaps maybe they're trying to use John Jones as a leverage tool for their next TV contract negotiations. But yeah, man, I tell you what, John Jones was living his life when he was out in Thailand. Nate Diaz gets into a street fight, period. Is that surprising in any kind of way?
How's that feel? Hey, I'm not surprised, motherfucker.
Well, let's be honest about this. In reality, who can be really surprised about that? Nick and Nate Diaz have a history of going at it with people from Jason Mayhem Miller all the way to Khabib, all the way to the Logan Paul lookalike in New Orleans. So yeah, man, during the spring of 2025, you're forever going to remember that as the time of when John Jones and Nate Diaz were living their best life, okay? But as time goes on, okay, the UFC has finally announced on June 21st, 2025, following a UFC fight night card in Baku, Azerbaijan, where Dana White announces that Jones is retired and Aspinall has been promoted from interim champion to undisputed champion. And John Jones calls us last night and said that he retired. Dana White says, John is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC. I mean, wow. Right? After all of that, the contract negotiations that were going behind the scenes, all this, that, and the other, this is what we get right here.
You said the timeline for Jones, 2 weeks to decide what to do with the title, or whether it takes the fight or you're going to strip him. What do you think is more important, to keep the belt there so he can uphold his legacy, or we move the heavyweight division, take the title away from him?
John Jones called us last night and retired. John Jones is officially retired. Tom Aspinall is the heavyweight champion of the UFC.
Now, honestly, is this where the story of John Jones ends, at a random city in Eastern Europe or in Middle East, and Azerbaijan, out of all places, by the way, not to disrespect that place in any kind of way. It just seems very lackluster. But, I mean, the question remains, right? Is this where John Jones's story ends? And if it does, I'm going to give you a couple of analysis on this, right? If it ends like that. If it ends like that, nobody is ever really going to remember him ducking. I know that many people want to believe that it is Tom Aspinall who retired John Jones without even fighting him. I know that they want to say that, but I want you to remember this, right? There's the element of George St. Pierre into this whole entire mix, right? What exactly happened with George St. Pierre? Well, obviously, he vacated the belt just right before just right after he had defended it, just right after he had defeated Michael Bisping, and decided to vacate it because he didn't want to defend it against who was the top guy at the time, who was the Tom Aspinall at the time of his division. It was none other than Robert Whittaker. Now, why did we never see that fight? Well, I'll tell you why. The reason why we never saw that fight is because George St. Pierre is a good guy. He did everything right. He was
a consummate professional, not just inside the cage in a way that Jon Jones was, but also a professional outside of the cage in ways that Jon Jones wasn't. And that is the reason why people wanted to see Jon Jones fall. And that is the reason why people were not mad at Georges St-Pierre for vacating the belt the way that he did. And I'm telling you, that's really all there is to it. Many of you want to see Jon Jones fail. Many of you want to see Jon Jones get beat up. You want to see that image of Jon Jones laying on the ground, looking up at the ceiling, knocked out, beaten up, bloodied, which you've already seen him in several fights, one with Alexander Gustafsson, but the problem is he didn't lose that fight. So therefore, many people believe that him winning and him constantly being on top is just enabling him. I mean, look at all the charges that we had just gone through in his rap sheet all throughout this whole entire video, right? What we got out of that was nothing more than just absolute chaos to the highest order, right? And yet he kept dodging law enforcement. He kept dodging prison time. And by the end of it all, it wasn't really all that of a serious charge, right? But at the same time, it was enough to somehow hinder his life, to hinder all the situations he had going on, right? To hinder the best that he could have possibly been. I mean, look, imagine the guy was 23 years old, the youngest light heavyweight champion of all time, probably the youngest UFC champion of all time across all weight divisions. And this is what happens to him, right? He gets a Nike deal. All of a sudden, it gets dropped. He gets all these accolades from UFC Hall of Fame, all these title defenses, only for him to become literally the Darryl Strawberry of MMA. Now, that is sad to say, but I really emphasize this, right? I know a lot of people right now are saying that his legacy is tainted because he ducked Tom Aspinall. Listen to me. There is a reason why he ducked Tom Aspinall, because eventually Tom Aspinall may lose right before his career ends. And when he does, guess what Jon Jones is going to do? Like a true villain, he's going to stand right there and say, see, guys, I told you so. I told you that Tom Aspinall was going to lose. I told you that I am the greatest of all time. I never lost. Now, that is the villain side of him. The GOAT side of him is that he is a guy who is accomplished inside the cage. But guess what? Like all people across all different forms of life, right? Just because you're great at what you do at your job, it doesn't mean that you're a great person behind closed doors. And that is a reality for a lot of people. That's a reality for a lot of athletes. Look at Michael Jordan. There's a lot of people that don't like Michael Jordan because Michael Jordan is a D-I-C-K head. And you know what? So is Kobe Bryant. So are a lot of people that were high-strung athletes. But you know what? What's crazy about this is there are athletes out there that don't need to be like that. They can still be talented. They can still be gracious at the same time, but also humble. Ronaldo comes to mind. Lionel Messi comes to mind. Wayne Gretzky comes to mind. Georges St-Pierre comes to mind. But at the same time, I'll bet you that a lot of people are going to say the following. Oh, he was such a nice guy. He was a great guy, this and that and the other. Same thing. When I watched the 7/7 bombing of London's documentary on Netflix, all the people that had committed this atrocious act. What did they say about these people before they had committed the atrocious act? They say, well, he was a good teacher. He was a good provider. He was good to his fellow peers, this, that, and the other. But you know what? That is why I tell you guys, human beings have a high complexity to which we could never understand. And with that in mind, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah.
MMA needs if you want to find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu Al-Kir MMA, Sacramento, California, represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You would think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all,
Oh, wow, man. Yeah. Yeah, he's getting hit with shots right now. We are 1 minute and 18 seconds into the first round between Ribovics and Brenner. All right, there we go, man. Some good exchanges between them right now, and this is only the first round. And then right after this is the co-main event and main event. Just like that. Back to back. Okay, there's a high kick right there by Ribovics. 20 seconds left into these first rounds right now. All right, second round coming up next. Marty Miller says you could get more views if you really dedicated these streams to giving a thorough play-by-play. Most of these MMA lives have 500K viewers, and they're not half as knowledgeable as you. Yeah, man. Shout out to you on that, man. I tell you what, not a lot of them also cover these fights as well, I would imagine, right? On pay-per-view events, I've seen some of them have 20K. Yeah, the most I've got on a pay-per-view is like 10K, 13K, a few 9Ks there. So UFC 311, I believe, was, you know, somewhere around 9K, or at least it was 7K. But yeah. All right, so far, Ribovics is walking down Brenner, right, in sort of a peekaboo style, right, where it is as if Ribovics sort of is giving in to the idea of knowing, hey, you know what, this guy can hit hard, or I can hit harder than this guy. Robbie Lawler has that same type of aura. Mike Tyson has that same type of aura. And right now, it is Brenner who is on the defensive as we speak right now. Yeah, hey Marty, I appreciate what you're saying there. I know what you mean. It's just that sometimes, well, I'll just say this, right? You know, to kind of break the fourth wall a little bit. Behind the scenes, I'm saying 20K live viewers at once. Oh yeah. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah. MMA Guru is definitely right up that alley right now. 20K viewers at once. Yeah, he's definitely right up that alley. And right now, I just looked at a bunch of them, and most of them have around 500 in the chat. Yeah, for sure. All right, so 2 minutes left into Ribovics versus Brenner. Right now, there's a low kick by Ribovics. Oh, man, what is that? Brenner looks like he just tripped on that one right there. And now he's just succumbing to being on his back. And then there's Ribovics busting up some leg kicks on the top right there. Now Brenner's looking for an up-down position. All right, there's a high kick right there. Yeah, Marty, sometimes also the algorithm sometimes has to get used to you, right? I think that's really the best way to put it. There was a point where, you know, I could barely get like, you know, 20 views in, you know, a 2-hour stream. You know, you are going to run across something like that, especially when you're starting out. But then as you know, I guess progress, you just start to kind of build your audience, or yeah, you know, it's a game of just, you know, constant grind, and you know, it's not, it's definitely not easy. But I tell you what I do try to maneuver into is show up, right? So that's why I'm here. I show up for the sake of you know, trying to cover this fight. I show up for the sake of, you know, being genuinely into this fight, but also while accommodating other things outside of YouTube, right? Which is kind of, you know, the indicative reason of why, you know, I guess I'm not on camera right now, right? I'm sort of doing it in audio form. But nonetheless, no matter if it is an audio form, no matter if it's in my car, no matter if it's in my studio or office, the one thing that I'm always going to do is drop content any way that I can. And sometimes it's going to look different than other times, but the one thing is always going to remain the same. If I am focused into one specific topic, you better believe I'm going to create a monologue out of that. I'm going to timestamp it and put it out into the description so that people can find it, and absolutely try and make it look, as memorable as humanly possible. So. Okay. Says, I understand, brother. It's just frustrating because you're so much more knowledgeable than 95% of these guys. Nothing but respect. Not trying to. Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely, yeah, absolutely. I know exactly what you mean. You know what it is? It's kind of like this, right? Um, it's kind of like if you know an underground rapper or an underground artist, and you dig the music and you think like, man, you know what? I'd like to see this person, uh, get into a different stratosphere or a different collaboration with more known people or something to that degree, right? So that's kind of what you mean in in what you're trying to express at that. So. Oops, let me put the mic on that one. Okay, oops, had the mic disattached on that one. Yeah, the laptop mic picked up on that one, but not the actual mic. But all right, so here we are in the actual mic. But yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. So okay, here's round number 3 right now with Rekovic and Brenner. 2:30 left, 2:29. But I tell you what, it's only a matter of time, Marty. Eventually, those things do happen with the right amount of consistency. Now, look, if there's one thing that, whatever you want to, call it, right? The universe will guarantee is that, consistency brings, some sort of consistency brings some sort of reward into certain degrees, right? Or certain eventualities, or certain things that are plausible within the existence of reality. And so he says, great comparison. Yeah, yeah. So that's that's the best way to compare it. All right. So third round, 140, 139, 138 in the third round right now. Right, so there's a good 1-2 shot right there, just about 90 seconds left into this fight. Oh man, there's a good hook right there by Brenner on to Rebecki. At times, what happens is when two competitors hit each other multiple times, it's almost as if they're in this sort of unwritten agreement that, hey, you know what, we're just going to see who's the tougher guy that can take each other's shots. And sometimes that does tend to happen if one or two of the fighters tend to forget their defensive method that they were going to try and implement. All right, so there it is. There's the end of that. All right, we now find out who wins coming up next. And you have to understand loyal to you. Now, I think that he is well-intentioned. At the same time, I also think that he's very misguided. And you have to understand the difference between those two. Number one, he's misguided. What do I mean by that? He was given the wrong information. I'll tell you off the bat, I had a Vietnamese homie whose grandfather, or at least I think one of his uncles, by the very least, had these extremely anti-communist sentiments. Because if you remember, the Vietnam War was predicated on free market versus capitalism, free market versus communism. So how does this relate to Money Moicano? Well, take a look at his nickname, Money Moicano. He came a long way. Remember the time when he had that situation with MMA Guru.
It's gonna be a third world country, and I don't want that say I would get slapped by the Drew Dober almost 1 year without fighting, and I schooled this.
So a couple of things to take from that post-fight. All right, so Rebecki wins that one. Obviously, the striking percentage was on his side. He was just way more aggressive, was looking for the finish every shot that he was looking to throw, and ultimately that is what won him this fight. Okay, back to this documentary right here. You're an effing pig, yada, yada. You didn't believe in me. And then next thing you know, MMA Guru's channel blows up even more than it already is blowing up at that current moment of time, right? So as a result of that, Money Moicano started seeing, you know what, there is an opportunity of business partnership, collaborating with this guy. And as a result of that collaboration, this is where Money Moicano started picking up a lot of MMA Guru's, how do I say this, ideological understandings of the world. Let me show you what I mean.
Like, first fight was 2K and 2K, and everyone's talking about fighter pay. Dude, people are going to do shit for money. Like, that's just how it works. You know what I mean? Like, why are people complaining about that? Like, there's no obligation to pay them a lot of money. If they're dumb enough to do it for that much, then that's what they're going to do for that much. People need to keep the same energy with minimum wage for the entire fucking world.
Well, there you have it. Among other things, I've also heard MMA gurus say that it's better to keep the fighters at a low pay, because if you do, then you're going to keep them hungry. And as such, you constantly build up all these compelling matchups that you are getting with the leverage of the owners and the UFC.
Beat Jose Aldo.
Did he? Did he beat him?
Okay,
yeah, he did. He got a win. But let me say this though, about the lower level fighters.
No one fucking knows you.
Yeah.
The UFC don't owe you shit. You should be lucky you're getting 12 for 12. Because if you're making more money on the regional scene, feel fucking free to stay if you're selling tickets enough. Paddy Pimblett was on the regional scene and he stayed there instead of signing to the UFC because he was getting more money on the regional scene. Because he was a name that people cared about. In Liverpool, he could sell out a show. He could sell out the Echo Arena in Liverpool on Cage Warriors, which is why he didn't go to the UFC straight away.
So I gotta tell you what I agree with there, right? If you are a lower level fighter, I suppose you're not really gonna get a lot of that money, which kind of brings me to the next question is, was Money Moicano really a well-known fighter before all of that? And if you take a look at his background, I don't think. Now, as we explore the career of Money Moicano, obviously from his latest fight in UFC 317, you take a look at, all right, during the Benoit Saint-Denis fight, he was a big name. During the Jalen Turner fight, he was a big name. That is how he got to UFC 300. Okay. Now, the Drew Dover fight was the post-fight interview that I just showed you right now, right? He called out MMA Guru, and as such, MMA Guru made him a bigger star. In fact, it is MMA Guru that got Money Moicano the Islam Makhachev fight. And I know that is insane for a lot of people to say or a lot of people to understand, but it is that guy who does podcasts in what people claim is his mom's basement as some sort of possibility of getting him a title shot. He did. Maybe he didn't, but you know what? He did. Because if you look at MMA Guru's numbers, they don't lie. He's bigger than most fighters, and his influence definitely reigns value. It does. And this is what we're seeing right now. Thing you know, MMA Guru and Money Moicano meet with each other live and in person and hash it out.
Very good to see you.
It's you, the fat pig. But
yes.
Hey,
Did you say fat pig or pig? Which one was
pig? I did
Okay,
say
cool.
fat pig.
Okay,
I
cool.
should, but I didn't.
Oh, okay, nice. Okay.
No, I'm kidding, my brother. But let me tell you something. I'm going to tell you why I was mad at you. A lot of people don't know, or maybe they don't. Maybe they know because you tell them. But you messaged me saying I would lose to Dubber, and I think that was on Tuesday, right? Or Monday?
Yeah, on fight week.
On fight week, and I was, man, I don't believe. And I even talked to when I was warming up, I was thinking about, man, MMA Guru think I'm going to lose. Do you believe that? I was thinking about that, brother.
I'm rent free.
So let me get this straight. He lives rent free in his head, and on top of that, I think it's fair to say that MMA Guru influences his train of thought. All of a sudden, he became a well-known figure in the world of MMA internet. And at that particular time, I also remember Money Moicano started gaining right-wing MAGA fans. He started embracing this idea of, I love the United States, I love the free market, but he also has an extremely loyal personality in which he believes that when he stepped in there against Islam Makhachev, do you guys remember that fight? He came in at a short notice. Arman Sarukian had an injury. God knows what that injury was, what could have possibly stopped him from going in there to fight Islam Makhachev for the second time around, and this time for the world title. Well, Money Moicano took that opportunity because for the rest of his life, he will forever be known as a title challenger. You want to know who else is a title challenger or was a title challenger? Well, number one, let's look at the George St. Pierre era. Of course, there was Jake Shields. How's he doing right now? He's got a lot of great schools going on. He's got a lot of high profile clients as his trainees. And then you got John Fitch. I'm not even going to mention the Twitter spot about Jake Shields, right? That's for you to do your own. All right. Duncan, versus Rebecki coming up, and then obviously Park versus Nakamura. Okay, so great comparison. Marty Miller says, did you ever fight any wrestling dominant guys? Mostly in the practice gym. Obviously, if you are in Team Alpha Male, they know how to match you up. Yeah, you know, most of the Sacramento guys in general, Gold's Gym or all the other smaller gyms and this and that, they know how to match up their guys. So, yeah, man, you know, I stayed away from those. Marty Miller says, I think it was smart for Paddy to get more experience before coming to the UFC. I agree. That is such an underrated attitude to have. But at the same time, yeah, man, not something that a lot of people take into consideration. So, yeah, you're definitely right about that. Okay, yeah, I just wanted to answer those questions real quick and then, you know, hop right back. Is the literal example of that. And this particular story speaks to that itself. Okay, so take, for example, right? We understand that you got to have self-accountability. That's a very important aspect of conservatism, right? Because let's just call it what it is. What Moicano has going on is expressing his conservative views. You heard what he said in a post-fight against Drew Dover a couple of fights ago. He said that he wants to join the police. He wants to join the SWAT. He wants to make a difference. And I got to tell you, I have nothing against people who love their country or love the nation that they come from or love to protect their adapted nation, which is the case here with Moicano. I have no problem with that. The thing that I have the problem the most is that you turned down $200,000 of a settlement that you earned with your own money based on the fact that you just happen to have been fighting at a particular era where you are affected in terms of getting a settlement. I know a little something about this, and I think many people as well, that let's say if their companies have done them wrong in terms of hours, or let's say if they were supposed to get overtime and it wasn't counted on the sheet, or perhaps maybe they had some situation going on with, let's say, their lunch break, right? That's a big thing when it comes to labor laws in the United States and in particular in California, right? So I could tell you from my experience, I've had gotten checks like that from different jobs and just for different various reasons. And this just happens to be one of them. This just happens to be business as usual in the world of labor laws and settlements in civil lawsuits. Okay, but why is it that Moicano decided to take this route?
I'm a professional athlete and I've been one for most of my life, so I've always seen things through a sports lens. That makes Donald Trump our head coach. And before the global pandemic, we were winning Super Bowls. And when you're winning Super Bowls, you don't fire the coach. Doesn't matter if you don't like the plays he runs, the players he puts on the field, or what he says on Twitter. You sure as hell don't replace him for another coach that's been in the business for 47 years at every level and never won a fucking game.
Now, the reason why I needed to show you that is show you two things, right? This is literally the exact mindset that Moicano has going on now. I'm sure Jorge Masvidal is gladly willing to take the $200,000 settlement. On top of that, even Donald Cerrone, who, by the way, fought for $200,000 against Conor McGregor in a main event, is gladly taking it. And he's been a company man and has done anything and everything that the UFC has asked of him. So why is it that Moicano doesn't want to do that? Well, look at what Jorge Masvidal said in that clip that I just showed you. What did he say? You don't fire the coach just because you don't like something or this, that, and the other. He's talking about loyalty. And what Moicano is doing and expressing when he is not accepting the UFC settlement, $200,000, mind you, in a world where it is very difficult for people to have $200,000, let alone have something like that in their bank. Now, look, I think there is a little bit of a false confidence that Moicano has going on. He did have the Islam Makhachev fight. The UFC did pay him handsomely because he did them a favor, this, that, and the other. But understand All right, here we go. The contest is about to begin right now. Let me bookmark this. All right, so the co-main event of the evening is going to commence right now at exactly 6 hours and 50 minutes into this live stream. All right, they're starting off fast and furious on this one, co-main event right here. Shout out to everybody around the world that has tapped into this one. Not the biggest card out there, but man, everybody is tapped in for it, and that's what it's all about for, you know, the real hardcores out there. Oh, there's an overhand right by Duncan. Oh, that's a good one right there. Wow, that's a good right hook right there by Rebecki. Oh, wow, man, really going for it on this one. Oh, there's a knee right there, a standing knee. By the way, sort of modified by D. Ritter, right? And everybody's now sort of utilizing it. Okay, there's a good body kick right there by Rebecki. Okay, there's a low kick right there by Duncan. There's another low kick right there by Duncan. Yeah, he went and timed that kick. All right, so here's a body lock right here by Rebecki. Really trying to outgrind Duncan here. Duncan reverses. All right, there's a low kick once again by Rebecki. All right, man, really insane first round right there. I might have to give that one to Rebecki for the first round, right? Just the constant barrages that he was throwing on top of that. Just, ooh, look at the hematoma that's on his head right there. What caused that right there? Wow, man, yeah, bad damage right there. But even with the damage, I'm going to give that one to Rebecki. Yeah, man, really wearing the scars, the battle scars on that one. All right, but nonetheless, round number 2, here we go. All right, there's some good shots right there between these two. Man, yeah, even busted up as Rebecki is, he's going for these hard shots. He's going for these hard shots. And then there it is. There's Duncan once again countering on him. Oh my goodness. That is a bad head kick right there that he just caught him with. That is a bad head kick. That is a bad head kick. Duncan hit him with, and he walked right through it. That is insane. All right, so he goes for the knee right there, but Rebecki happens to take him down from that position right there. Great work by Rebecki. Yeah, Rebecki is still moving forward as he is getting busted up here, which is very remarkable, man. I mean, wow, this is absolutely remarkable that he is standing after all this beating right here. Oh, there's a body kick right there by Chris Duncan. All right, sneaks the uppercut in there. Man, Rebecki still going at it right here, even getting busted up like this. Excuse me. One more round. That's crazy. One more round of this. All right, man. Yeah, just down to the wire on this one right here. Four minutes left into this fight. Oh, man. Those are some hard shots right there. All right, and there's another takedown right there by Rebecki. Even though Duncan, oh, there's looking for a Darce here. Okay, now they're right back up. 3:27 left into the co-main event right now. All right, 2 minutes left into this fight right now. Yeah, really a war of attrition between these guys for sure. Oh, wow. All right, man. Yeah, just under a minute left into this fight right now. Oh, wow, man. Yeah, just the final shots right here that are coming. Yeah, real fight of the year candidate right here for sure. All right, and that is the end of the fight right there, man. Great job on everybody in this fight right here. All right, man, we are about to find out the winner coming up next. So did you hear about some of the shady stuff going on with the shooting in NYC? No, I didn't hear about that. I got to get some updates on that and possibly add it into the future live streams that we're going to have going on. So, yeah, man, I'm curious to know exactly what that is. So, all right, guys, I got a new video coming out right now. It should be out soon. I'm just working on the thumbnail for it right now. So let's get this one cracking. Wow, man. Yeah. Yeah, we got the main event coming up right now. All right. Well, there it is, man. Duncan. Duncan is the winner right now. Yeah, that was an absolute war. All right, so there it is, man. Chris Duncan gets the win. real war of a fight, but that's the way it is. I'll be right back. I'm going to read all your comments. But yeah, man, shout outs to Chris Duncan in that win. What a war, what a fight. On to the main event. The other, but understand that this is an extremely ruthless business and that unfortunately nobody really cares about you in this. So you really have to go squeeze them for as much as you can. That's what everybody in boxing is doing with Turkey El Sheikh paying everybody out and things of that nature. Whereas the UFC, well, they are stuck in this particular contract and they're sort of okay with it because of a certain ethos that they abide by and that they were taught. This is just one of those things. It's identity politics by the end of the day, because in Moicano's mind, he does not want to create a sense of handouts or just a sense of communistic ideals where I'm just going to receive money just for not working for it. The unfortunate thing here is that Moicano doesn't realize his worth, and he doesn't realize that this is owed to him in a way where he deserves it. And for whatever reason, he doesn't believe that he deserves it. But it is unfortunate. It is his choice. And by the end of the day, you can't really do anything about it. And, well, what else can we really elaborate on this particular topic? And just when we thought we were lost of any headlining news in the cycles out there going on right now, Hulk Hogan has unfortunately passed away, along with one of the Bill Cosby actors. I believe his name was Malcolm Jamal. And yeah, all in the same time, right? Very tragic, to be quite honest with you, which is why you got to think to yourself, you know what, man, listen, you got to go out there and you got to get yours and you got to get what is owed to you. And Moicano needs to really have a good, vast understanding of that. So, but in the end, it is his life. It is your life. And it's how you choose to live it and how you choose to build memories around it. But on any regard, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. I will see you in the next one, inshallah. All right, guys, so we are on to the main event portion right now. Let me read these comments first. Did you hear about some shady stuff going on in the NYC shooting? Marty Miller says, I heard that Frankie Edgar was talking about it. Supposedly the video of the shooter they were showing was altered by AI. Man, I think Frankie Edgar got CTE. How about that? Marty Miller says, found him on the 33rd floor, which is a significant number in the Masonic world. Yeah, I suppose, but then again, one should never doubt, right? One never knows. Only Allah knows, right? So I'm not going to put it past anybody. So here we go. We are in the main event portion of the live stream right now. It is Taira versus Park for the main event of tonight. So let us get this thing cracking and on and popping as we should. All right, there it is. All right, here we go, guys. The main event of the evening. The main event of the evening. Taira versus Park. Man, just landed last Saturday from Korea just to find out that he's fighting. They asked him to step in for a main event. Now here he is, without any hesitation. Park coming in here to fight Taira. Currently 3-0 in the UFC right now. All right, man. So here we are, main event of the evening, guys. Yeah, he was training for a 3-round fight. Here he is being plunged into a 5-round main event. Just completely unexpected. But still, nonetheless, kind of gives you the pandemic feeling every time they are at the apex, right? All right. So what we got going on right now is the full card recap all the way to the main event. So that is what we're going to do right now. So what are we going to do? Full recap all the way to the main event in exactly 10 seconds from the countdown to which we have going on right now. So here we go. All right. So we are now going to recap the whole entire fight card all the way to the main event. So how did we start out tonight? Okay, we started out tonight with right here. That was not the the first fight? Hold on. The first fight was a women's fight. Okay, so let's start all the way right here. So the first fight of the evening was Piera Rodriguez taking on Ketlen Souza. So there were a lot of takedowns by Rodriguez here in this fight, and it is obviously not surprising that she had won that fight. Now, the percentage was on the side of Souza, but you know what? The overall grappling and ground control is ultimately what won this fight.
Marty Miller says they had armed guards at the strip club across the street because they have been a bunch of gang threats online leading up to this event. Very interesting. Funny to think of gangsters throwing out threats on TikTok. Oh, believe me, those things do happen. Okay, but on a little side note there, the next fight after that one is Rafael Estvam versus Felipe Bunes. Now, there wasn't a lot of takedown attempts on the part of Felipe Bunes. He did show a lot of good head movement here, a lot of great boxing, but even with the striking percentage, it was not on his side. Rafael Estvam was just a little more active, and that was all she wrote. 5 out of 9 takedowns. Felipe couldn't get any takedowns, and ground control time was on his side. Austin Bashi gets a first-round submission. That was all she wrote. He was all about the hype. I mean, just the barrage and the explosiveness to which he was operating and was just amazing. Nick Klein was winning this fight until he wasn't. Out of nowhere, Andre Pulyaev gets a TKO win. And then Rodolfo Vieira versus Tresean Gore. He gets a decision win on this one. Tresean Gore, I just think, is too small for this division. And that was all she wrote right there. Nathan Fletcher versus Rian Nakamura knocks him out just right over 60 seconds into this fight. 62 seconds, that was all she wrote. And Nakamura is all about the hype and also shows his improving English skills right afterwards. Now here we are in the main card. We got Danny Silva versus Kevin Vallejos. Kevin Vallejos won this fight just based on the grappling alone, the constant ground control that he had. Obviously, Dan Silva had more of the better striking. Great head movement from what I noticed in this fight as well. But ultimately, Kevin Vallejos wins by wrestling. After that, Neil Magny wins it against Eliseo Dos Santos. Dos Santos was winning this fight. Look at the percentage. Significant strike-wise, it was all Neil Magny, but it looked like he was winning the fight somehow. And then out of nowhere, Neil Magny came back and gets the TKO win. Rosa gets a decision win over Cornolle. The wrestling and the ground control time is ultimately what won this fight. Estevam Ribovics gets a decision win over Brenner here. Very good fight between these two right here. Not a lot of takedown right here. 9 attempts by Brenner, but to no success. Obviously, the striking was a little bit even, but it was Estevam that wins at the end. And then, obviously, Chris Duncan, Mateus Rebecki. We just saw it right now. 2 takedowns for Rebecki. The higher percentage was on the side of Rebecki. Man, he was getting busted up in this fight. And even as he was getting busted up, he was still coming back, trying to throw as much shots as he can. And you know what? Ultimately, Chris Duncan won this fight by a slight edge, right? It was a very close fight. I think this should be fight of the night, but nonetheless, here we are right now into the main event as we are about to commence into round number 1 between Taira versus Park. So here we go. Here we go, round number 1. All right, here we go. Fight is about to commence right now, guys. Let's do this. So here we are now, main event of the evening. Park versus Taira. Yeah, first all-Asian main event on this one right here. So shout out to all the Asian boys out there for this one. Right, a lot of Asian guys that are coming up right now. Asian Americans too, in particular. How about Joshua Van? Right, really one of my favorite flyweights. Ooh, and he's in this division with them. So you best believe we got some stacked competition to look forward to in this weight class right here. So yeah, here we go, man. Let's see how this goes for Taira right here versus Park. Oh, there's a shot right there by Taira. Oh, Taira just knocked him down. He's looking to finish. Taira is looking to get an early finish right now. He is on top position right now. He is on top position. Okay, he gets a knockdown, knocks down Park, gets us into a ground fighting position. Now he is in half guard position with Park on the defense right now as we speak. Yeah, that was a laser of a punch right there by Taira. I thought he was going to get a finish too right there. Now, how impressive would that be if he was to get a finish right then and there, right? Which kind of really shows you, the talent of the Japanese fighters in a lower weight class, very similar to that of, what was that guy's name? Inoue at 125. All right, so here we go. Some good scrambling exchanges right here by Taira. Now looking to show his grappling prowess right here. Okay, now he's looking for some hand control right here. All right, now takes him down right here. Yeah, really showing his grappling prowess right here. Now he's in a backpack position. Oh, man, he is looking to choke out Park from this position right here. Taira is absolutely no joke. I really think he might get the choke right here. I think he could absolutely find a way. Look at this. So he's got the figure four body lock position right in. He's got it in tight right here. Okay, we're just about 2 minutes left into the first round. All right, so there's some body shots right there by Taira. Oh, wow. Okay, so then he takes him on his back while he was basically on him like a backpack. Now he's looking to rear naked choke him right on the ground. Basically, he made Park drop him on the ground as he was putting him in. Look, he's really looking for this rear naked choke. He's going to get it. He's going to get it. He needs to have a 2-on-1 position right there. He's got a very good position right here. Yeah, it's right there, man. Oh, it's right there. Oh, now he's got his back. So now he's looking to ground and pound from that position. Man, I am so surprised Taira is not getting the finish here yet, man. He had so many opportunities to get the finish right there. All right, good elbow right here. All right, so that is the end of the round right there. On to round number 2 coming up. All right. Round number 2, man. I'm excited to see how this round 2 is going to commence right here. Very close fight, man. That was very close.
All right, so round number 2, man. I think Taira has Park's number, man. He feels it. He knows that he has his number right here. By the way, a little unspoken rivalry that not a lot of people know about between the Koreans and the Japanese sort of playing out right here. So there's a lot of regional pride between these two right now as we speak. But man, listen, the shots of Taira is just amazing. Look at this. Now he's got a double leg takedown. Boom, takes him down with ease right there. And as soon as he takes him down, he's going straight away into the mount position. And then if he's not getting the mount position, he's going for a trip. If he's not going for a trip, he's right here going for the back mount position. And he's right back into the figure 4 right here. So this is what I mean by I said that he has his number, right? As soon as he did that in the first round, he's doing it again in the second round and has a body lock position right around him right now. And he's looking to cinch right in a rear naked choke right now. Okay, now he's looking for a rear naked choke right here. He could finish it off right here. He does not have the elbows right away. He gets it. He gets it. And that is the end of the fight right there, man. Ladies and gentlemen, shout outs to Park for trying. But Taira is on a completely different level right now. Guys, listen. It's been really fun. That's all that I have for you guys right now. I just wanted to stay till all the way this fight ends. There it is. We did it. We went through the whole entire fight. I gave you guys a recap from the beginning on to the next one. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And congratulations to Team Taira and all of his team and everybody that was in the main event as well. Shout outs to Park. He did. Hey, listen, he was called in here for a short notice. It was supposed to be Albazi and Taira, but by the end of the day, it was the man that was more prepared and the man that was meant to be in the top position right now. So that was all she wrote right there. Thank you to everyone that's tapped in. You know, I love doing these small cards as much as I love doing the big cards. I'm here for all of them. So shout out to everybody. Like and subscribe. See you in the next one. Inshallah. And by the way, it was considered a face crank. That was considered a face crank, not a rear naked choke. So I'm just going to put face crank along with a rear naked choke for that one. All right, y'all, really, thank you to everyone. Thank you to Marty Miller. Thank you to Ridwan. Fresh Melon Juice was in here today. Shout out to Limham. Shout out to everybody around the world. Shout out to Nigeria. Shout out to Japan. Shout out to Korea. I know that they've been tapping in on this fight tonight. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all that I have. Don't forget to like and subscribe. I'll see you in the next one, inshallah. And how about this? He's calling out Pantoja. Okay, not a bad call out. But until then, we'll see you guys in the next episode. May needs if you want to
find predictions, news, and everything that deals with MMA. Shout outs to Kyrie, Abu El Kir MMA, Sacramento, California represent.
That's right, Kyrie. I appreciate you, my nigga. You came in here, you was talking that shit. That's right, bro. Much love, Flo. I appreciate you for always stepping in, bro. Be safe out there. Man, my nigga Kyrie, my man Kyrie came through. He started talking that shit. Hey, here's the thing. Here's the thing. That nigga will whoop your fucking ass. You will think that nigga's all squared up and all that type of shit. Nigga come through and beat your fucking ass. Like, man, fuck you up. You will never see it coming. So for those of y'all